Welcome to Leicester for this year's Premier League pool. We are at the Morningside Arena. 16 players started out in this league format where everyone plays everyone. Plenty of action, plenty of 9-ball pool. And what an opening 2 days we have had so far. This afternoon, in a much needed win match between Woodward and Long Duck 10. It was a match where both players needed a win in the end. Very convincing match. 5-1 to Wu over Long. Next up, Eagle Eye, Jason Shaw playing fan favourite Naoki Oi. This was a match, another close match. Of course, we're going to get plenty of close matches. 3 breaking runs for Oi, 5-4. Jason Shaw stayed on the match table playing ladies world 9-ball champion Chu Che-Yu. She had chances in the end. Jason fired a long combo in with a 5-3 win. SVB, 5-time US Open 9-ball champion. It was early exhibition stuff from both players. Then it turned a bit scrappy in the end. Chris Mellin also needed a win, 5-3. Earl the Pearl Strickland, things have not gone his way just yet. Good to see him smiling though. But he wasn't smiling at the end, as he went down to the Filipino legend, the Lion, Alex Pagulayan. World 9-ball champion, world number 1. Finished the afternoon session off against USA's 2-time MVP, Skylar Woodward. Woodward stealed it in the end with a 5-4 win. There's the league table. Konrad Juszczyszyn from Poland still sits at the top. Jason Shaw just below, then Naoki Oi. Unfortunately, ladies world 9-ball champion sits at the very bottom with no wins from 5. 2 players remain undefeated. Albin Ouschan, Alex Pagulayan, 3 from 3. Still all to play for, very early days. Now let's take a look at the order of play tonight. Eagle Eye versus Mosconi Cup buddy Albin Ouschan, undefeated, as I just said, 3 from 3. Defending champion, of course. Then the world 9-ball champion will follow against Khalid Alghamdi. He's having a bit of a nightmare so far, but looking at the league table, things are still all to play for. And over on table 2, Matchroom Multisport channel, Pagulayan will stay on 2 matches back to back. First of all, Chu Che-Yu, then Chris Mellin will play. SVB up next, Albin Ouschan, back-to-back matches. And then we'll finish there with Sanjin Perlovanovic, Battle of the Youngsters. There we are, Alex. Big night of pool coming up.
Yeah. Some good matches coming. And on day 2, we're starting to calculate, as do the players. You know, it's still 3 days to play after tonight's session, but it's becoming a little bit urgent for some players.
Yes, there's not a lot that separates the top from 12th. SVB in 12th, 2 points. Conrad sits at the top on 4 points. All to play for. Here's the lag. Shaw versus Ouschan. Battle of the Mosconi Cup legends.
Yeah, big evening session for Albin Ouschan. He's playing 3 matches after Shaw. He'll face Naoki Oi and Sanjin Perlovanovic. Opening break for the Austrian. 2-time winner of the PLP. Beautiful hit on the break there. And yes, I'm aware that cue ball was tracking in the vicinity of the side pocket. But that's a price you pay for this type of cut break.
He can play the push, but he's opting to go all-out attack with the jump cue. The modern era of the game, they really fancy making this type of shot.
Yeah, and if you miss it, don't miss it by a diamond. Some movement there. most of the aiming in a jump shot is done before you're actually in position to strike the ball. So any movement
Extension,
when
please.
you're delivering the final stroke can be and will be detrimental. Safety's easy here, which doesn't mean he shouldn't play it without thinking. I mean, the easier the position, the more you need to secure it.
Yeah, job well done there. Looks like he's took the edge of the two away, so Albin's going to be coming the back rail. You fancy him to hit this ball, good things can happen.
Can play one rail, can play two. If he plays two rails towards the two, he'll take the scratch out of the equation.
Extension, please.
Scratch in the side pocket. I actually like two rails with left spin. Playing one.
Yeah, may make this in the right centre or the top corner. He's played it too soft. Needs to hit a rail as well, otherwise I'd give up ball in hand.
Foul stroke. No rail after contact.
Yeah, after contact, as the referee Marcel Ecker
Please stop
just
it.
alluded to, a ball must contact a rail unless you pot the ball. So there you see, after contact in the blue 2, no balls pocketed, no balls hit a rail. Unusual from Albin Ouschan.
Yeah, many players would have opted for much more speed on that kick shot. But he's so good at kicking balls coming off of the rail that he dared to play it with so much finesse.
Yeah, Jason's opening shot with ball in hand has just left himself a little bit of work to do. He's going to chance his arm at the long 3, maybe pot the 9 in the side, off the 6. Yeah, these seats close. But this is what can happen when you start to lose the cue ball, as he did on the opening shot. You start to chase the rack.
Wow. All from ball in hand on a 2. 2 shots later, he's hooked on the 4.
Yeah, and he's tied the 6 up on the 8 as well.
Yeah, and that 6-8 cluster could be a reason to come off the right side of the table. Less chance to open up those 2 balls. Funny opening of this match.
Yeah, we've had a little break. We've been up in the players' room upstairs. Everyone's been eating, having a little bit of a joke, so maybe they're still sat up there. They need to get their eyes back in the game.
Coming behind the 6 off of 2 rails. Didn't get enough acceleration in the cue ball.
Over on the table, table 2, that match is between Alex Pagalayan, who's undefeated, 3 from 3 wins. He's playing Cho Che-Yu, the ladies' world Nineball champ. She's yet to win a match. She's took the first rack over there. That's going to be an interesting one. Can she finally win her first point? That's fortunate from Albin. Look at this.
Needs to come with a good one. I think if he just plays a rolling cue ball, he'll track towards the 8. Striking a little lower. Good shot. Very nice. In general, I don't find Albin so good at resetting when he has a poor start. But the PLP is all about stop and start, many short matches. And winning this event on 2 occasions, Albin Ouschan knows what it's about. It's more about that, handling that type of format, than the actual play. I mean, they all know that they'll have good matches, below par matches. It's all about handling the duration of the event.
Yeah, this tournament, now we've got 8 days of constant matches, race to fives. This is the ideal tournament to kind of get yourself in the groove for the season. Plenty of matches.
Short break, trailing 1-0.
Plenty of match practice. So, you know, last year Albin won this event and can really set you up for a good season. Shorter break. Oh, where's the cue ball?
False stroke.
Good break. Unlucky.
All in it.
Things start to happen though. You know, Seoa had ball in hand in the opening rack. He should have won that rack. He didn't win the rack. Albin got a little bit of fortune, missing a ball and fluking another. And now he's got ball in hand to go 2 up. You've been around the block a few times, Mr. Laley. This is what can happen on a pool table if you don't take them little chances.
Yeah. Well, yeah. With ball in hand, you know, you're supposed to get out from there in an open position. The pool gods never sleep, they say. Needs to stroke it nicely. Grip the cue ball. It's a typical shot that is easier to play with a carbon shaft. And I'm not saying one should play with the black shaft, it's just there's pros and cons. Just get that little bit more bite on the ball. Good speed on the ball. It's really one of his strengths, Albin Ouschan.
Ouschan.
Yep, there it is. Ball in hand off the break. Scratch by Jay gives Mr. Ouschan the second rack. This is Albin's 4th match. This is Jason's 6th match, so he's played 2 more. Jason is a point in front. Coming up, May the 10th through to the 13th, World Pool Masters. The top 14 on the Nineball World Rankings, plus 2 wildcards. Don't miss it. Fantastic tournament. 16 of the best. Get your tickets, matchroompool.com. Can't wait for that one. Albin Ouschan has done a lot in the sport of Nineball. But the Masters, not so good.
Has eluded him. I'm looking forward to see Sufi in action there.
Yeah, Mohamed Sufi got to the final of the World Nineball Championships just a few weeks ago. Lost out to Sanchez Ruiz. Sanchez Ruiz is on this feature table next. Good break. What's he got?
An open shot. Maneuver around the 9 and 8. Maybe needs to come in between the 8 and 9. Depends on the exact angle.
So the mistake from Seoa with ball in hand could be really, really costly. It could cost him 3 racks.
Yeah, and that's it. Work is done. In line. He's delivering the cue nicely. Doesn't take too many warm-up strokes.
Yeah, Albin plays this type of equipment very good, doesn't he? The new slick balls, the cloth, everything sliding. I know the table's going to play in a little bit more, but He really is used to this type of environment. Probably that's just down to the fact that he's won so many big tournaments.
Yeah, and the setup that he has in his training center back home in Klagenfurt together with his sister. They have different tables there, different brands, new cloth, perfect material. But his game is also geared towards TV table pool. There's that soft touch, and he's very good at kicking the balls.
He's indeed, and he's our defending champion here at the Premier League pool. And what a start he's off to in this match as he leads Jason Shaw 3 racks to 0.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Battle of 2 of the biggest players to come out of Europe.
4th rack. Jason shot a break.
2 Mosconi Cup buddies. Seen it all on the European Mosconi Cup team stage. Shaw trails 3-0. He had a chance in rack 2. At rack 1,
In
sorry,
red 1, yeah.
with ball in hand, and it's kind of changed the game a little, so he's going to have to, well, first of all, get chances and try and claw his way back into this match.
No. Would require masterful stroke to make the 1 and get back to the 2.
Yeah, this will be a nice shot if it comes off. Pay attention to this one. He'll go for this. Full-blooded.
Nice. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Isn't it amazing, Alex? Pool player's instinct. He knew, he turned away as the cue ball hit the top rail. He knew it was going behind the pink.
Beautiful stroke. Oh, that's nice. Oh, back in position. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It's the 3rd time today he plays a stroke like that. Like longer pot, then forcing the cue ball to the long rail, short rail, and then back down table again. Easy.
Yeah, this needs to slow down a little bit. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, 1 rotation more. Would have been a sneaky angle. This is just fine. You can punch it still. Routine 6 and 9-ball to the same pocket. Nice kick shot on the 2 when he hooked himself. Good rack, but it's an alternate break format, so he's still dependent on Albin Ouschan's break. Needs to steal his break and then hold his own.
Yeah, that is a good thing with a race to 5. I know from a playing perspective it's a little scary, but if you are 3 down or 4 down in a race to 5, it doesn't take much to get yourself back in the game.
Especially with this break format. It's not guaranteed to make balls, let alone hold position on the lowest numbered ball on the table. But again, in a race to 5, not getting that break with ball in hand.
Leading 3-1.
That's a big mistake.
Fouled stroke.
The cue ball is always flying across side to side with this new break format. So even though you sat in your chair, this kind of thing can happen.
Yeah, it's brutal. But people back home that don't play the game might be thinking, why not just break it, smack it full in the nose? But the way the balls are set up, you're not likely to make a ball in the break like that.
Yeah, so the players are trying to pop the yellow ball, the yellow 1 ball in the side pocket. We've seen that all week, but we haven't really seen it consistently from a single player yet.
No.
So that just shows you the difficulty.
Get to the right side off of 3. Oh, just directly, but he overdid it. So he's on the wrong side of the 4. I would mark this down as a positional error. I'll take that back. It looked from the camera angle that he was on the wrong side, but he was just fine. Get back to where his hand is. All the way force draw or topspin, follow 2 rails, but the last one, the ladder on the TV table, is kind of tough.
Yeah, Shane van Boning's good at this type of shot on a pool table. Shaw's not too shabby either, that's nice.
Yeah, made it look easy, but on a TV table it's difficult to get that acceleration in the ball and then the bounce off of the rail. Short rail absorbs a lot of speed like that.
I believe he was playing for the side.
Yeah. There you have it. 3-0 down. Snookered himself on the 2 ball, kicked it in, 3-1. Then Albin's scratch on the break, 3-2. Back in the game, Jason Seoa.
We said Albin Ouschan was undefeated. The only other player in the field so far undefeated is Alex Pagalayan. He's playing on our other table, table 2, against Cho Che-Yu. And he's leading 3 racks to 1, and she's having a nightmare. She's played 4. She's lost 4. She's better than that though, isn't she, Alex?
Yeah, she found herself in a winning position in more than 1 match. So close, and yet so far.
To break. The train 3-2.
A big break coming up for Seoa. And his cue ball tracking towards the corner pocket, low left on both previous occasions. Wow.
Yeah, this will work. Whenever the cue ball comes off and hits the 9 full, just seems to be the break. He's made the 1. Watch the cue ball straight off into the 9, makes the 1. And from what?
The best break, but we haven't seen that a lot in this tournament because players are struggling to get any consistency when they make it arc around the 9 ball. So they played with draw, and the cue ball will have a mini arc around the 9 ball. That's the nicest. What this will do.
This is what is good about this setup though with the break. The fact that you can hit it a little full, the one goes high, you can hit it a little thin, it goes low, then you start losing the cue ball. We've seen Strickland go near the bottom two corners many a time, so at least there's a bit of a theme going on with the break.
Yeah, it's not too reliable. And there's a lot of skill to it. And doesn't matter how well they hit it, you can still get unlucky. Yeah, perfect speed. Setting himself up square for the shot. Jason Shaw, he's been working with the renowned snooker coach Stephen Feeney. That will have been one of the bullet points. Square, like this. You see?
Jason Shaw.
Well, Albin Ouschan won the first 3 racks in this anticipated match between the 2 European buddies. Shaw wins the next. This is nicely poised to see who wins this match after the break. It's 3-3.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The 7th rack. 3 racks each. Albin Ouschan to break.
A race to 2. Albin Ouschan's 4th match and the first of 3 in tonight's evening session. He'll have a shot on a 2 ball.
Yeah, he can consider himself a little fortunate. Watch the cue ball. See how it goes low? It's going near the corner. I don't know if it was going to go in, but it just comes off a little low and it starts to get a little bit ugly. The fact that he got kissed back up, well, that's the reason why he's got this shot.
But still, players have a very good sense of what works and what not, be it consciously or subconsciously, for the stats like the percentages. So even though they run the risk of a bad roll or a direct scratch, it's still the way to go this break. I mean, it's not a surprise to me that so many former pool players have made it to the big time in poker. Pool players have a good sense.
Good speed control there from Albin because he had a tight line coming in at the 3. He didn't have much room for error.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot. What they say, get in line, stay in line. in 9-ball. If you play that first shot right from there on after, it's connected dots if there are no clusters or problems on the table. He's oozing confidence, that's what I feel. I don't see him complain a lot. Doesn't overthink angles and positions. And is relatively quick to pull the trigger.
Over on table 2, it's one extreme to the other. Pagaline gets the job done over Ladies World 9-ball champion 5-1. He remains undefeated. Chu Che-Yu still hasn't won a point.
Yeah, you made a good point earlier, Carl, mentioning that all the points after day 5, when the bottom 6 players are eliminated, the points stay. So if you do really good day 1 till 5, you're in a good position on day 6 and 7.
Yeah, it doesn't reset, it doesn't start from fresh, so every match that players are playing now
Albin Ouschan.
counts. Albin Ouschan's on the hill. Seoa will break to try and tie this match up once again. As you see Jay put the extension on. Pulls a few funny faces.
Oh, you noticed, yeah, he was looking at the camera and shaking his head.
I think Jason's just approaching the moment in his career where we know he's won pool tournaments, but the fact that, you know, Matchroom have come in and they've really shaped the whole world of 9-ball up. I think what he's going through is I think he wants to win one of these Matchroom individual events, and I think once he does that, I think he will have a better mannerism out in the arena. I think he's just desperate to do it.
Yeah, good point. It's for him to confirm or deny it. But it takes quite a performance to win one of the big ones. First, to get to the latter stages of a US Open or a World Championships, to the last 16, last 8, and then come with 3 hell of matches.
Yeah, he won the US Open. That was previous promoters. Obviously, it had a different feel. Still, you know, a quality feel. We know that. We've played in it many times, Alex, so we know, you know, what it does to take. But it just feels different now, doesn't it? It feels more professional. It feels like
it's the big time.
Yeah, it feels like we're sat on something proper here. Proper northern word, Alex. Proper. Something big's looming. Seoa wants to get his name on the silverware.
Nice shot there. Had a hill match earlier today against Nayuki Oi. Lost that one. But he's set up to force another decider.
Yeah, he lost that one to Oi to a break and run as well. Albin will be breaking the loss, so he'll be hoping it's not a repeat. Table 2 is underway already. You can obviously watch that match on the Matchroom Multi-Sport YouTube channel. I'm sure you are already. I'm sure you're watching both the tables. Melling's underway. Pagaline stays on the table. Melling's 2 from 5, so he also needs a win. Pagaline's flying.
He had a good win over SVB, Melling, earlier today. And SVB, last match of the evening, will play Woodward. Interesting match, that.
Seoa's done what he needed to do. He's tied this match up to force a hill rack.
Jason Seoa
4-4. We're going to be ball watching Mr. Laley off the break.
Big break coming up for Albin Ouschan. Smiles back and forth.
So you're talking about getting to the final stages of a big major and then kicking on. What does Jason need to do to achieve that? Is there anything you feel like you could add to it, or is it just...
I agree with you that his mental game, or at least what we see, you know, he can up his mental game, I think.
Yeah, in the Moscone, he looks a different animal.
Yeah, and I think he can... Well, I would say this before, but actually now, watching him in this tournament, I think his safety game is good. He's patient. But the thing is, so he's had many successes being a very fired up, courageous, confident player. And now he's looking to be more patient and calm. But it's a different energy. And I think he needs to find that balance between fire and ice.
Yeah, because I think, certainly from my expectation back in the day, if you're playing race to 10s and 11s, these longer races, and your emotions are up and down and you're fighting the game, when it comes to the crunch at the end and you've got this big finish or big shot to knock in or a decision to make, I think it can like make you not think straight.
100%. But it's the same with, I feel, same with Filler, Josh Filler. A couple of years back, he would look
Extension, please.
as a force of nature, winning tournaments, and now he has slowed his game down. He's a more patient, more mature player, and he's still winning tournaments, but he's also still in the process of finding that right mixture.
Well, Albin lost a cue ball low again on the break. It kissed the blue two a few times. At first, it looked like he was a little thin on the two, but he's played it easy, and just look at the table layout he's got here. Look where the 7 is for the 8. You can see in Jason's face, he knows this one should be over.
That's what you were talking about. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's tough. It's all about mental. This format in the PLP, players are gonna fall so often, and every time you got to get back up.
Yeah, but I mean,
start walking again.
He is 4 wins from 5. I know this looks like it's going to be his second loss, but all in all, he's way up near the top of the leaderboard, so he's going along nicely.
He's in a good place, and he's, apart from the occasional concentration laps, he's playing good.
The 2 matches, if he goes on to lose this the way it looks like he's going to, he's lost Hill with a couple of break and runs against him as well, so gotta stay patient. Easier said than done.
Enough room for a stop shot on the 7 and cut that 8 ball to the left. Right.
I love the way he plays that shot.
Listen,
just soft, kill the cue ball.
We have talked a lot about Jason, but how smooth is Albin Ouschan looking?
Yeah, he is. That is a fair point.
Remember how he looked during the Moscone Cup? Not that confident. This is a totally different kind of player.
Albin gets the job done with a break and run. 5-4 win over Mr. Jason Shaw. Don't go anywhere, because up next on this very table, the world 9-ball champion is up in action. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz against Khalid Alghamdi.
26 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Welcome back to day 2, evening session, where we have just seen defending champion play Eagle-Eye Jason Shaw. Both players sitting fairly high at the top of the table, second and third. Albin got the job done. And that's what it means. Albin into 4th, but 4 wins from 4. Jason just above him, but you can see he's played 2 extra games. Alex the Lion, Pagalion, sits at the top of the table, also 4 from 4. And if you look all the way down at the bottom, Chu Che-Yu, unfortunately, no wins from 6. She's a better player than that. I'm sure she will go on to win a point. Up next, well, the man who simply is the best player in the world. There's tonight's order of play on table 2. Pagalayan, he's doing well, mid-40s now. Been playing some good pool over the last few months. He's also playing Chris Mellon. He's down in that match 2-0. As I was saying, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the world number 1, the best pool player on the planet right now. He's playing Khalid Alghamdi. Alghamdi needs a win. He's won from 4, 17 years of age. He won the SVB Junior Open last year. That was at the US Open Nineball Championships in Atlantic City. Great experience for the young man this week.
Yeah, he only plays 7 years. But his
leg.
game really kicked on during the COVID quarantine times. His father bought a pool table and then he started practicing 7-8 hours per day.
Francesco Sanchez Ruiz to break.
Really kicked into gear, but he'll be the first one to admit that his defensive game is lacking. And that's being exposed in this tournament. So his game very much relies on pocketing and shot making. But, you know, getting few wins under his belt will eat into his confidence. So let's see how that holds up.
One thing I've noticed so far from Fran, his break is not working yet. He's not found the break in the first 2 days. That is one of his strengths, this break.
He's playing safe, smart.
Well, you called it, Alex. Could have been a little better. I'm not saying it's the worst position you're ever going to find yourself in, but it could have been better, couldn't it?
Yeah. Well, in safety play, it depends on what you have. Sometimes you're in a bad spot, in a trap perhaps, and then, you know, you do good if you don't lose. But this position was a good one to really put the screws down. So I would definitely mark this down as a missed opportunity. Looking a whole lot better, FSR. He flew in yesterday. Nice try. He lost the final of the World 10-Ball Championships in Vegas. And he had it all planned out. He could get on his plane to the UK, but then he had to wait an hour for a doping test. Missed the flight, had to fly the next day, and that's why he came in at 12:30 midday yesterday. That's why he looked like he looked.
Yeah, he's been sleeping upstairs as well when he can in between matches and the breaks. A few players have flown in from America, so obviously they're fighting the jet lag. That'll take 2 or 3 days to get over. What a 12 months he's really having. Sanchez Ruiz won the Derby City Classic 9-ball last year, and since then, well, he's been the man.
He's been on a tear. Not too happy. It's difficult. I mean, your goal when you play, when you try to perform in sports, is to be process oriented. Just think about what you need to do instead of the possible result. Imagine how difficult it is for him. If you've had a year like he has had, how hard is it to not think about your form and not scan your results and check, like, is he checking if his form is coming down?
Yeah, I think the fact that he's the type of character he is, and look at the shot he's left himself here. I mean, there's confidence, and there's confidence. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but you're a few tournaments away, aren't you, from a few bad beats, and then you go back to questioning if you can do it again.
Yeah, that's pull for you. You're always worried about getting into form, and then when you're in form, you're worried about losing it.
Yeah, that was a wild attempt from Khalid.
Yeah.
You ain't going to make that too many times.
Only day 2. But the way this tournament, the PLP, has gone for young Alghamdi, it's already a little bit lost out there. Thrown out in the lion's den.
17 years of age, and all this pool this week he can play against some of the greatest to have done it, and some of the greatest that are doing it right now.
I think he came a little further there, FSR, than he'd liked. Now he can thin it. Simple, but effective. Now this TV table slides so much that he can go behind the 8 ball and still have a chance to clip that 5. Look how much it's going to lengthen. Easy. The bank is big with the 9-ball as a sideboard. Quite a bit of cut still, means he would lose the cue ball. Or lose, he would need to work that cue ball to go around table. Did he look at the 6-7 or at the carom? No, looked at the 6-7.
This is the type of shot I used to hate, Alex.
This?
Yeah.
Well, this is all right.
Yeah, but I just used to hate it, honestly. I'd butcher this one right up.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it was easy, but I'm saying I just used to butcher them. I just couldn't.
but then your head's gone.
Yeah, my
right?
head was gone. Them shots. There's no two ways about it. Yeah.
I mean, the aim is okay. Cue ball is okay. You can roll the ball.
Francesco Sanchez Ruiz
Steady.
First rack.
Bit of a strange opening rack there, but it's gone the way of the world champs. He wins the opener.
Yeah, I like Sanchez Ruiz, how he has developed over the past year. He's really learned how to win matches also when he's performing below par.
Yeah, some of the matches he has won over the last 12 months. He's been in the Lions Den, he's played some of the big names in the big stage, the Biardos.
The second rack, Khalid Alghamdi to
the
break.
Changs, all these
Trailing
players.
On the right to 0.
He's really struggling, FSR. Look at him in the chair. Oh my. Just physically.
Yeah, unfortunately, after this match, he will play again later on. He's playing Seoa from Korea. That's the 4th match on this table. And then after that, he can go to bed.
Yeah. But the question is if his body knows that it's time to sleep. That's the thing with the jet lag. You're dead tired, you go to bed and wake up 2 hours later. Your body thinks it took an afternoon nap.
Yeah, you wake up fresh thinking I'm ready to go. Look at the clock, it's 2 a.m. Time to put Netflix on.
Swing it round. Now he's coming across the line of aim on the 4. It's not ideal. This. Ideally, you come into the line of aim from the rail and then track towards your next shot. But he's good enough. Nice. Now, is he gonna play it compact, go to the right side of the 9, or look for space to the left side?
Melling's won another rack over on table number 2. He leads Pagaline 3-1.
If Melling wins that match, then Albin Ouschan is the last remaining undefeated player in the field. Mind you, a 2-time winner of this PLP event.
Yeah, the inaugural PLP used to be called the Championship League, the CLP, but a change in name. Effectively, it was the same event. So he is a 2-time
Khalid Alghamdi.
defending champion. Can he win it for a 3rd? That would be some feat in this format.
Oh, he's looking good. He's on track, but he, more than anyone here, knows what a long campaign it is in Leicester. Because the editions, especially the first edition, the one he ended up winning, he has seen players shine in the first couple of days and then, you know, fall behind.
Third rack.
FSR to break.
Sanchez Ruiz to break.
Now let's see what he's got. Struggled a little bit so far. Not been making the 1 consistently. Cue ball's going low every time.
A lot of mental preparation for the break. I like that. Liked it also with Soufi, Mohamed Soufi, the World Championships. Before every break, he really took maybe 20 seconds to visualize and really see the cue ball path. I think he can bank that 2 ball back to the 3 and then go towards the 8 ball with the cue ball. This works. It's also the quality of a player to be able to choose what kind of safety you're playing, at what time, what moment, what opponent. Sometimes you play to be good enough, and sometimes you really play to force an error. Okay. Big jump.
First stroke. On.
It's not often you see the pro pool players not get over the ball.
And please start the clock.
I think it was the worry of the scratch, the cue ball or another ball flying off of the table, that made him de-accelerate a little bit or hold back on the speed. Table isn't as difficult as it might seem because he has a natural route towards the 4. From the 4, come back or go to the right by a diamond would be good enough for position on the 5. Didn't manage to get on the left side of the 4. So don't see him get real close to the 5.
You could just see Pagalayan in the background there. He won the 5th rack. He pulls one back as he trails Mellin 3-2.
So, big shot here. Let's take a look at Sanchez's execution. Playing it with low
Extension cut.
right. Cue ball will track towards his side pocket. Tricky shot. With inside going 3 rails, super difficult as well. Can play to bump the 6. Oh, wow. Wow, wow. How did he hit that?
Yeah, that was a good one.
Look at the cue ball.
Looks easy, but it's very easy to miss these balls. Wet and clean as well.
Super shot. And he's staying still. Very much so. So this is a thing he wasn't able to do 4 years ago. Now if he's on his game, in his high gear, he's a little more dynamic. You'll see him move a little more, but now he knows it's time to work. Staying still on every shot.
Francesco Sanchez.
Nice out. Very good.
Was a good out. As he takes a 2-1 lead, we'll be back in a couple of minutes after this short break.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
By 2 racks to 1.
Khalid Alghamdi to break in rack 4. This break, he's lacking something. It's lacking a ball. It wasn't the worst of hits, was it?
A little thick, but I'm not an expert in this break. It's also in Nineball, if you miss confidence, You do all the things right, it seems, but you miss the X factor. You know, at Mosconi Cup in December, we weren't being productive on the break. And at some point we started saying, okay, just break like you mean it. Just break and expect to make a ball. Sometimes players get so methodical and scientific. Yeah, it's like 60% hit, this speed, so much spin.
Ball in it.
Don't forget to hit the ball.
And please start the clock.
Yeah, at this level, them 2 rail kicks, you've simply just got to make sure you hit the 1 ball, give him ball in hand up. Well, it just ain't going to cut it.
So the challenge will be not to get from the 3 to the 4, but needs to have a correct angle on the 4 to get back to the 5 again, because the 5 does not pass the 6. I don't know if it passes the 8 ball.
Extension, please.
30 seconds per shot. Needs some more time. So the 4 doesn't seem to pass the 7 to the pocket top right. Can consider to have a straight position on the 3. Went forward, angled. So this is, I think, top spin. And then in, oh no, he's drawing. I don't know what he's doing, and he's not decided yet. He's still looking.
Yeah, initially I thought that was the shot.
You thought this was the shot? Well, now I see the cue ball there. It was the shot. It's the kind of combination, if you set it up right, it's an easy one. It's a hanger. Land 5 inches short or long with the cue ball, and it's missable.
Yeah, I think my instinct was saying that, but maybe he just decided to sit back and take another look. Pagalion wins another rack over on table 2. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel if you want to watch that match as well. He's tied that one up 3-3. Ruiz 3-1 up. Things are going okay for the world number 1.
Yeah, Pagalion, it's only day 2, but let me not call it boredom, but just a routine of day-to-day business here. You know, he's getting a little anxious. He's becoming more playful, Pagalion. You saw that. We were doing 3-ball 1 pocket with Khalid, Alghamdi and Pagalion. He's getting there. Pulled off some trick shots, the Filipino-Canadian. And he is the oldest player in the field, Pagalion. The second oldest. Oh, of course, Earl Strickland, yes. Now an easy hit for Alghamdi. Let's go. Is he bringing his jump cue? No, he went to get his chalk.
Yeah, Earl Strickland, the oldest player in the field. He's up next. The 61-year-old. Unfortunately, he's only won 1 match out of 5. He's playing Conrad next. That's not going to work. Khalid's just not happening, is it, at the minute? In a lot of his matches, it's all going wrong.
Please start the clock.
Yeah, unforeseen. The scratch off the 6. It's a nice way to go to your next shot off of the rail. There it's good. Now that 4 doesn't pass the 7, so he can look to kill the cue ball, stay below the 4 and 7.
Starts to get the spring in his step, doesn't he, Sanchez? When he starts hopping around the table.
Yeah. Rhythm comes when the cue ball ends up in the correct position, shot after shot. Let's see if he stays still here. Needs to come closer to the 7 and keep an angle. Straight draw. Or all the way up table, or a moderate draw shot.
Yeah, SVB would play that. He loves that shot. Really unleashing the power. Sanchez plays with a smaller extension in the butt of the cue. I'm not sure how long he's used that for. I think he has been using it over the 12-month period of his success. There's nothing wrong with playing it that way. Just certain players like to use the back rail.
Yeah, he hits those well. They go in clean. FSR 4-1 the lead. Takes full advantage of Alghamdi's misfortune.
Yeah, he's in a high gear at the minute, and why wouldn't you be? Just look at the list of tournaments he has won. This has been a good match on table 2. Mellin at the table. This is to get himself on the hill. Pagaline kicked a few balls. That seems to be all he's had, and that's going to be good enough. Mellin, been a bit up and down so far in the first couple of days, but he's going along okay. 4-3.
Listen, he beat SVB earlier, and now 4-3 up. Would be 2 very good scalps.
Nineball's close.
Ooh, how can that not drop?
Take another look at this. How did the 9 not fall?
Pretty amazing that. Can attack the 3 ball to the left and swing the cue ball around. End up below the 4. Offense and defense. Wow.
Good shot from the youngster.
Yeah, very good. There was no built-in defense on that shot. All in. Nice. Some good ball striking. Showing resilience. Can't see him go wrong from here. Carl, whatever might happen in this match and in the whole PLP for Khalid Alghamdi, it's moments like these that he needs to draw the lessons from. Great bounce back finish in Rec 6.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Welcome back. The young 17-year-old has won the last rack. He stays alive in this match.
In the hill, leading by 4 racks to 2.
Ruiz to break though for the match and the point.
Nice. Did you see how far he went towards center table with the cue ball?
Yeah, most players are playing from the very extreme edge of the box. Looks where Ruiz is putting the cue ball.
Not an easy layout. It's all about the position to the 5 ball. Nice shot. Hit it nice on a TV table. If you miss-hit that cue ball on this type of shot by 2 millimeters, you end up losing the cue ball. And this means that he can prepare a perfect position on the 4. So it's either top side of the 5, from the 4 to the 5, for a tight cut to the side pocket, or go towards the 9 with the cue ball. No, he's going top side of the 5. Good speed. How did you hit it? How did he hit it? Best shot of the match.
Yeah, that was very nicely done indeed. So easy to underhit this, overhit it. Over under the table, I've been watching the other screen. Mellin had a carom to win the match. He missed it. Pagaline's at the table, trailing 4-3.
So the work is done.
Nearly done.
Nearly done, yeah. And that's impressive because we've been talking about FSR, tired, played a lot of high pressure pool, flew in, jet lag, suffering, blah blah. But if we would calculate what he has shown us, like his TPA, total performance average, he has played a real good match. The chain is as strong as its weakest link. That's probably the reason why FSR won all those titles. Yes, he has a high gear, but the difference between now and 3 years ago is that he has learned to perform with this B and C game.
Yeah, if this was like a race to 11, 10, 10 in a big major final, this is not an ideal position on the 8. But look at how he hit it, Alex. Look at how he hit that ball.
Yeah, beautiful finish.
What a match. What a win in the end. Good finish there. Tricky layouts. Sanchez gets the job done. He leads 5 racks to do. He will be back a little bit later. Up next, after the break, Earl the Pearl Strickland.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of damage down. Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
The progress of the world champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz had stalled after a couple of defeats, so he wanted to avoid stretching that losing streak to 3, and he did, beating Khalid Alghamdi, the Saudi Arabian teenager, by 5 racks to 2. That one finishing just a few minutes ago. And as you can see, it leaves him in pretty good shape with 3 wins from his 5 matches so far. Alex Pagulayan, you can see on top of the table there, is the only unbeaten player. But within the last few moments, that has actually ended because Chris Melling has just beaten him by 5 racks to 4. So everyone has now been defeated at some point, except Albin Ouschan, as you can see there, has got 4 wins out of 4 as well, and Chu Chi Yu down the bottom, having lost every match. So Alex Pagulayan had won 5-1 against Chu earlier. As I say, when that's updated, it will show us that Melling has beaten Pagulayan by 5 racks to 4. Shane van Boening next up there against Long Duc Tien. Then back-to-back Albin Ouschan and Sanjin Pelovanovic. The second of Ouschan's opponents will be staying on then to play Alghamdi in the last match of the night on table 2. And here on table 1, Albin Ouschan winning earlier against Jason Shaw in a hill-hill finish. Sanchez Ruiz, I've just told you about. He'll be back on shortly to play Seoa. And then Skylar Woodward playing in both of the last 2 matches of the night against Woo Kun Lin. And then his fellow American, Shane van Boening. But first, it's Earl Strickland against Konrad Juszczyszyn. And we're just about ready to go. Jeremy Jones alongside me here.
Thank you, players. When you're ready, please lag for break.
Yeah, Michael, this should be a pretty offensive match here. Conrad, who's playing great, been playing great. Definitely a guy who attacks constantly.
First rack.
Bit of a loose cue ball at times, but I think that department has improved for the Polish player. He seems to break the balls really well. We'll see how he does here on table 1. He's made the 1. And he's got a reasonable bank at the 2. Possibly something he plays a 2-way with a little bit of a safety in mind, but plays the bank with the safety. Not really much position on the 3.
Got off to a flyer in the group, won all 3 of his matches on the opening day, so he was top of the table going into this second day of play, which he made a good start to by beating Chris Melling. But he's lost a couple of hill-hill finishes since then, against Seoa, which was a surprise, and then against Sanjin Pelovanovic, a match in which he had been 4-1 up. So last match of the day for Juszczyszyn, and if he can finish on a winning note, well then that would leave him with 5 wins from 7, which would still be a very nice situation to be in. Earl Strickland, also his last match of the day. He's only got 2 on the schedule on this second day, and he lost earlier to Alex Pagulayan, so just 1 win from 5 so far for him.
Yeah, and I believe the last time I remember these two playing each other was at the International this year. I believe Earl beat Konrad.
Earl Strickland, ranked number 108 in the world, but of course his standing in the game is much, much greater than that with all his success over the years. 3 World Championship titles, only player to do that. 5 US Opens, nobody's won more. Shane van Boening is level with him in that department. And also shares the record for the most times being on the winning team in the Mosconi Cup. And this is a fairly efficient start from him, JJ.
Yeah, he made a great combination to start on the 2-8. Didn't waste any time from there getting through this rack, and it wasn't a particularly easy rack. Good sign for Earl.
Just starting over on table 2, it's Shane van Boening against Long Duc Tien. Van Boening not having the greatest run so far. He's on 2 wins from 4. And Long Duc Tien also with 2 wins, although he's played 5 matches. It's day 2 of 5 in the first phase, where they all play each other, and then 10 from the 16 will go through to the next phase. And all the wins that you get in phase 1 will carry over into the second phase. So once players get up about 7 or 8 and they know they're through to the next phase, then it's about starting to earn their place in the final phase, even before we've entered into stage 2.
Strickland to break.
And all that is still to come.
Leading 1-0.
Earl Strickland has the early lead here, and he has the break.
Earl, who has struggled to make a ball on the break, he's made the cue ball more often than he's made an object ball. Got one down there, and I think he maybe has something here. Yeah, he's just got the safety. A little fortunate the cue ball got let go, but the one caught the 8.
Konrad Juszczyszyn of Poland, 29 years of age, number 19 in the world rankings.
And it seems like he's been around quite a while. Of course, Radoslaw Babika, probably the veteran we think of when it comes to Polish players. But
extension called.
Konrad, out of the new era of guys coming from Poland that are such great players, he's kind of the veteran at 29.
You're all right, though. He has been around a while. He got to a final on the Euro Tour as long ago as 2015 and won a title on it 4 years after that.
Yeah, and Earl's kind of getting in that negative about the jump cue, and that's the thing. I mean, he probably just turned his head maybe when he was in the chair. Just came to the table when it was his turn. It might help things. Such a mental game to be letting things that you aren't going to change, bother you so much. But this is okay. He's going to leave a little piece of it, maybe. Pretty crafty shot there from Earl. Got a little bit of a roll, but he had to take a chance, and the only way to move the cue ball and get some separation was the way he played it.
How is that one stopped?
I don't know how it stopped, but he fluked in the 4 on the side. Fortunate for Konrad, the 1 did hold up. He was snookered on the 3. Touchy little shot coming out of a deep one there in the upper left-hand corner.
That's the thing. Strickland is going to be giving out yards about that, because it looked for all the world as though the 1 was going to drop. And as you say, then Juszczyszyn would have been in difficulty.
Yeah, and it's almost like getting a little bit of a roll with the jump cue is magnified in Earl's mind, right? So if Konrad can get out here, he can maybe gain a little more of a mental edge in this match. That's one thing, Conrad. He doesn't waver too much between the ears. Doesn't always play the perfect shot, but gets on with it.
You were around playing in much of Strickland's heyday, Jeremy. Did he always have these issues with temperament and bemoaning everything? Or was there a time when he had a clearer head, and that's why it was more
clearer
successful?
for sure. Oh, this is a little bit of a mistake from nowhere. Yeah, I don't understand this. This is a drastic mistake, kind of from nowhere. Not getting the cue ball into position on the 7, but yeah, Earl, it was less before. And the thing is, I think he played it a little more by himself at times, meaning whenever he was playing well and he was running out, he didn't really let it bother him as much. You know, if you got out to a lead or you know, maybe got a few rolls to stay in a match or whatnot, you'd see a little more come out at times. Of course, back then he won a high percentage of his matches, so, and now tied at 1 apiece.
Yeah, Juszczyszyn ran out of ideal position on the 7, but recovered the situation nicely, and as you say, has drawn level. Shane van Boening is leading 1-0 against Long Duc Tien on the other table. So both 5-time winners of the US Open in action simultaneously here. Strickland's last match of the day. So we're saying if he loses it, he'll have 1 win from 6, and really at that stage it's starting to already look a really big task to try and get through. As we've been saying, last year there were 2 players tied for 10th place on 6 wins. So I guess that's got to be the immediate target, but bearing in mind that one of those then didn't get through, I suppose these guys, if they've done their homework, will be thinking they'll need 7 wins to pretty much secure their place in the next phase.
Sound break off there. Again, the 1 in the side. A long shot on the 2, but one he's a big favorite. You see the nice 7 ball he knocked in there in game number 2, and kind of makes this 2 ball look a little more routine, but certainly isn't. Probably trying to make a clear-cut decision what he wants to do with the cue ball here.
Konrad Juszczyszyn, as I said, got to his first Euro Tour final as long ago as 2000. Did win the Treviso Open, and he next got to a Euro Tour final, 2019. And in between, he had beaten Denis Orcolio in the final of the American Straight Pool Championship, and he'd won the Nineball at the European Championships in Veldhoven in 2018 in the Netherlands. Also got silver in the 8-ball that year. And in terms of titles, since then, he's also won the Polish National Snooker Championship year before last, and was then runner-up in it last year.
Yeah, a little upset with the position he got here on the 4. Not saying it's a big deal, but from where the, the 5, from where the 4 was, though, should have been a little easier here on the 6. So having to make a bit of a shot. Oh, wow. Make all those shots to miss that 7. That duck right there.
Well, that's got to be at least a contender for the most unexpected miss we've seen in this tournament so far. And how quickly, by the way, was Earl Strickland out of his chair to try to mop up. And it looks as though he's going to. So Strickland led at 1-0, and unexpectedly, after that miss from Juszczyszyn, Strickland leads again at 2 racks to 1. over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Juszczyszyn looked for all the world as though he was going to lead for the first time in the match, but a very unexpected miss on the 7 saw Earl Strickland darting out of his chair
Strickland to break
to clean up from that position. And so he leads for the second time at 2-1.
Well, what looks like a very ugly rack. This first shot could open things up.
Great to be joined in the box by Chris Melling. Thanks for coming in, Chris, and good win for you there a little earlier against Pagulayan, the first player to beat him.
Yeah, cheers, Michael. It was a tough match. Probably played the best I've played in the entire event, and there was a lot of good safeties between us, but you know, he's one of them players that he can do exactly what you can do, and you've just got to tie him up and take every chance that you can get.
And you're in good shape now. You've won half your matches. If you can keep that ratio going, you should get through to the weekend.
Yeah, I said to myself, if I can win 2 matches per day, I think overall I should qualify, but obviously losing 2 out of the first 3 put myself under a little bit of pressure, but beating Shane and then beating Alex back to back, it's given me a lot of confidence.
Well, Strickland won't derive much confidence from that shot.
Yeah, what do you... 2 matches a day, another goal probably to play a little better each day, and you expect that, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I've had a few issues with my tip. It's a little bit soft, so certain shots where I think I'm hitting it great, I'm not getting the reaction that I think, and then other shots where I think I've hit it bad, I'm getting a lot of reaction, so kind of plays on your mind a lot. So lucky for me, my friend Tony's just come down and took my cue away, and he's going to re-tip it for me.
Oh, well, that's sweet. Nice to have friends.
Will that be something now that once you've got the cue re-tipped, Chris, you're going to have to spend a lot of time trying to break it in and adjust to it?
No, not really. I mean, a lot of players, yes, you do have to put the hours in and practice quite hard with the new tip, but I'm kind of one of them players that it doesn't matter what the cue is, what the tip is, I kind of just pick it up and I know straight away if I can play with it.
Oh, Juszczyszyn looking to pick up on Strickland's laps and level the match for the second time.
Yeah, it's been an up and down match for both players. Seen signs of great and a few fumbles along the way. kind of similar players, right? Great shot makers. I mean, Earl's not in his heyday with the shot making, but fast players. I think they can kind of both fool you how well they can play the tactical side of things as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think Earl's 61 years old, so obviously he's not in his prime, but
wins the rack.
He's won many events, and for me, the best 9-ball player that's ever lived. But sometimes he's his own worst enemy.
Oh, yeah.
So Juszczyszyn draws level for the second time in the match. Shane van Boening is leading 2-1 on the other table against Long Duc Tien. And as they're re-racking here, Chris, got to ask about your plans for this year. We know you've been doing really well on the 8-ball scene in recent times, but are we going to see you playing a full schedule in the big 9-ball events this year as well?
Yeah, I'm going to play as many 9-ball events as I can. Obviously, I have been playing a lot of 8-ball, and a lot of that was to do with obviously the coronavirus. When that kicked in, I couldn't travel a great deal, but now it's opened up and we can travel a lot. I'm going to China in a couple of weeks, so playing the Chinese World 8-Ball Championship. So, you know, a lot of tournaments coming up, and obviously Matchroom has a massive schedule now, so more the merrier for me.
That's good to hear.
Rack 5. Comrade Juszczyszyn to break. Scores are tied, 2 racks each.
Well, not the opening that he's had his first 2 breaks, and I wanted to ask you about that. It seems compared to past events, players are struggling to make the one on the side here, at least on the main table.
Yeah, the first day, I mean, when I was breaking and Jason was breaking, I was making 3 and 4 balls nearly every break, but obviously the more the cloth gets worn in, the tighter the table plays, and the break will play different. And it also comes down to the weather outside. That can make a difference to how a table plays.
Right.
That's a clever shot there from Early. Could have made the 1 ball, but no easy position to get to the 2. Using all his experience there.
Juszczyszyn got off to a flying start, won all of his first 4 matches, but 2 defeats in a row since then, as we were saying. And we saw with this format when it was first used last year how there can be huge swings in momentum. We saw players winning a load of matches and then they would have 1 defeat and would be wondering where the next win was coming from. And it works the other way as well.
Great shot there by Earl, using a lot of bottom left-hand spin to kill the cue ball, and he's in a little bit of trouble here. Playing the jump shot, he's got to be a little bit careful because he could scratch into the corner pocket.
He's going for the jump kick, huh? Or is he going right at it? Oh, he could see it like that. Wow, good hit. Real solid with the cue ball.
And there you see Earl throw his hands in the air and have a little complain. He's not complaining about the hit, he's just complaining that he's not being left an easier shot. Plus it hits a jump cue.
Yeah, that's the main thing with him. It gets in his head about the jump cue. And the thing is, it's not something you can change. Great hit there.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear that in the background, but Earl just said, jump this.
Yeah.
You looking forward to playing him later in the tournament?
Yeah, I love playing him. I've only played him a few times, but, you know, when he tries his mind game for me, I just start laughing. And it makes him even worse, which is great for the cameras.
I was going to say, I would struggle to think of a player who would be less likely to be put off by any sort of antics than you.
Yeah, I've seen it all before, and you know what you're getting with Earl. Like I said before, he's a great player, but sometimes does let himself down. And well, you could see how good that snooker was because Conrad had no shot to get to the 1, and he left Earl an open table.
And a chance to go 1 clear for the 3rd time in this contest.
Well, he's over at that one by quite some distance. He was playing for the side pocket. I think maybe he's going to have to play this into the corner.
Yeah, he's missed his mark on an easy shot by almost 2 feet.
Yeah, and you could see the movement there just as he hit the ball. He was up off the cue, and now he's throwing his arms about, and you don't really like to see that from somebody of his calibre. But he was very quick up off the cue there.
You see some of the mistakes he's making, Jeremy. Do you feel we're seeing signs of inevitable rustiness? Because we know he doesn't play a great deal of tournament pool these days, and it's very hard to just come in and be sharp.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's a culmination of a few things. I mean, I was just thinking about, could I play with such an up and down roller coaster of emotions? And I think that gets the best of him a little bit more than even anything else, being out of form maybe.
Yeah, and you can see there that.
I'm sorry, Chris.
You could see there with Earl that, you know, things are playing on his mind there, because he's just now put an extension on the back of his cue. So he's obviously not happy with something.
But that's kind of it, though, right? I mean, mentally he changes all the time, making him change physical things all the time, and.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago when he turned up to the World Championships and he was using finger extensions.
Oh yeah, that was a big topic at one time. Whether it should have been legal, really. I mean, he could build his bridge up above a ball or real solid, like they were almost concrete, really.
Well, the mistakes have been there. They've been evident again in this rack, but the bottom line is it looks as though he's going to win it and lead once again. He could somehow win this match. He'd give himself something to build on going into tomorrow. And he's in with every chance because he leads by 1 yet again. Well, 3-2. Van Boening has made a ball off the break at the start of rack 6 against Long Duc Tien. There we can see Van Boening leading 3-2. Needs a win, really. It's not been a great start to the tournament for the now former world champion.
Yeah, if Earl can put a win or two together, you know, he's had a couple close losses, right? So he's in a position to where good chance he may have to face some type of tiebreaker situation, and that may bode well for him as well, at least not having such poor losses, right?
Yeah, now he's changing the shaft on his break cue. I will say one thing, when he's on his game, he looks as good as he's ever looked to me.
Strickland to break, leading 3 racks to 2.
Down there and one goes
Do you see anything obvious, Jeremy, that he could change in the break to give himself a bit more good fortune with it than he's been having?
Yeah, I mean, he's not getting the most consistent hit on the one. I think sometimes he hits them really well, but and then that's the fate of the break itself. You still may not make a ball even if you hit them exactly how you want. It doesn't seem to have the timing as well as some of the other guys, I think.
I think sometimes, Jeremy, you have to switch your break, you know, even go to the other side and try a different break, maybe.
Yeah, you can't be stubborn, that's for sure. He's going to try and float him down table, it looks like.
That's a great shot, that is, from Conrad.
Yeah, lots of room for protection there. And the funny thing about Earl is he's an incredibly smart guy. You know, I mean, like, not to figure out sometimes what's holding him back, which is between the ears, most of us would say.
Just going back to your own game, Chris, we were talking about how you've been switching from 8-ball to 9-ball. So do you feel in a format like this, where you know you're going to have at least 15 matches, the longer it goes on, the more you'll be able to get comfortable again with being in 9-ball mode, and the more dangerous you'll be?
Yeah, I actually said the same thing to Jason today when we went for dinner. I said the longer I'm in the tournament, the better I'm going to get. And lucky for me, I'm going to have at least 15 matches. So compared to how I played on the first day, I could only really get better.
I remember when this tournament started as the Championship League 2 years ago, when we were still very much in the grip of COVID. It was a different format. You won the group on the opening day. But then, of course, you couldn't go home because you might not have got back in. So you basically then had, I think it was 6 days then without a single match.
Yeah, I had to stay in the hotel at Milton Keynes, and to be fair, there was worse places to be. It's a lovely hotel, nice football stadium.
Well, it was our game because you spent most of the time in the commentary box with us.
Yeah, and if I recall rightly, I think I beat Albin in the final, and then Albin went on to win the tournament, and I think I won about $6,000, and I'd won the first event.
Well, that was it, yeah. I mean, that was the problem with that format. If you got through in the first group, you didn't get a chance to add to it over the subsequent days. But yeah, that was under the old format.
Called.
Great shot there by Earl. Exactly how we played it, and perfect position on the 1-ball.
Yeah, nice speed on that kick shot as well. Not to lose the cue ball.
Now this would be a huge rack for him to win. It would take him 2 clear. He'd be on the hill. Great chance to finish day 2 on a winning note, just as he did at the end of day 1. He couldn't ask for a much better chance than this to put himself in that position.
Little short there on the 7. Shouldn't cause a problem, but could have been easier.
3-3 now on table 2 between Shane van Boening and Long Duc Tien. Well, Earl Strickland has never been behind in this match, but neither has he been more than 1 rack clear at any stage. Until now, he's on the hill, leading Konrad Juszczyszyn by 4 racks to 2.
Thank you.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible
Konrad Juszczyszyn won all of his first 4 matches in this Premier League, but he's lost 2 in a row since then, and he's on the brink of making that 3 defeats on the bounce. He's going to have to win all of the last 3 racks against Earl Strickland, though he does have the break in the first of those. 4-2 down.
Looks like the cue ball's opened up for a shot on the 2. It's close. Konrad didn't seem too disappointed. So he went for his playing cue. I kind of spin it? No, it's all right.
Strickland on the hill here, another American legend on the hill on the other table. It's now 4-3 in favour of Shane van Boening against Long Duc Tien.
It was a nice shot there by Konrad. He had to power that ball in because he landed the wrong side of the 3 ball.
Yeah, top English was a little scary, right? Hard to stun the ball and get that much out of it when it's that far away from the rail. Taking advantage of being a lefty, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm very surprised he played it that way. I think I would have left the cue ball in the middle of the table and spanned that cue ball round for the 8 ball into the same pocket.
I think he was trying to get over on the side rail, being lefty, and just reach over and tap 7 in, having the 8 up long. Really, really straight shooter, but at times the cue ball gets a little loose, or maybe the pattern itself gets a little loose.
Neither player had run out from the break at any stage of this match. It was a very, very good time for Konrad Juszczyszyn to snap that sequence. He's still in it, but Strickland is on the hill. It's now 4-3. I guess, Jeremy, when you're captaining Earl Strickland, as you did in the Mosconi Cup just before Christmas, you really have to have very good man management skills in a way that you don't with anybody else. He's just a completely unique case to deal with.
Yeah, and I think more than anything, it's not changing Earl that much. I mean, did try to get him going in certain directions out there on the main table and on the event table, but making sure that there's no disruptions with the other guys, and that's a big part of it. Probably even more so than really trying to corral him as much. But I've known Earl a long time, and
rack 8.
He actually lived in my little town outside of Houston for many, many years when he flourished with his pool game, and we just have a different kind of connection, I guess.
4-3.
He's made one. He's going to get a long shot to try and end this match. He's got to come with one, though.
Yeah, this is a real tough shot. I think it would be better just kind of trying to kill the cue ball here. Just pot the 1 and kill the cue ball. If you're not going to miss the 2, don't try and do too much. The harder you hit this shot, the less chance the 1 ball's going to go in.
I think if he saw that option, he would certainly do that. Yeah, nice shot. Probably didn't get as much dig. I think that's the shaft he plays with. Sometimes it can't really bite as much.
Well, he got the main objective, which was to make the ball.
Now, can he summon up one last effort to round off his Day 2 campaign at the Premier League? It's a very good chance for him, but we've seen him miss a lot of unexpected balls and run out of position when we weren't anticipating it over these couple of days. But can he just hold it together for these next few shots? Well, that's not gone entirely to plan, even as I say that.
Yeah, it's really not that bad.
Yeah, you could even pot the 6 and cannon the 9. It's probably the right shot. You might even make the 9 if you hit it harder.
Well, that's fine. As I say, had got slightly out of position, but entirely recovered the situation, and it looks as though he's going to do this now. So Konrad Juszczyszyn, as I said, started with 4 wins, but it looks as though he's going to finish day 2 having lost 3 in a row. At one point it looked as though he could have had his place in the next phase more or less clinched by the end of play tonight. It's a different story now though, and Earl Strickland, just as he did on Monday night, has finished off Tuesday night on a winning note. He's beaten Konrad Juszczyszyn by 5 racks to 3 to make it 2 wins for him from his first 6 matches in this Premier League. Thanks for joining us for those last few racks there, Chris. Jeremy and I will be back in a few minutes' time to see the world champ FSR.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage scan.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
A delighted Earl Strickland after getting his second win in this Premier League. It came against someone who was the form player of day one, Conrad Juszczyszyn, and he made a good start today too as well, the Pole. But it's all gone wrong from since. He's now lost 3 matches in a row, so that's where he stands in second place with all his matches completed today. Really good win for Strickland by 5 racks to 3. Albin Ouschan there, you can see the only player to have won all of his matches at this stage after Alex Pagulain's 100% record was ended by Chris Melling a little earlier this evening. So a good win for Strickland, as I say, the first ever winner of the World Championship. And next up, it's the most recent winner of that title, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. And his opponent is Seoa of South Korea. As you can see, is down near the bottom of the table there with 1 win from 5 so far. That's the story so far this evening on table 2. Mixed fortunes for Alex Pagulain in his back-to-back matches, 1 win, 1 defeat. Shane van Boening in the last few minutes has beaten Luong Duk Tien by 5 racks to 3. And now it's back-to-back Albin Ouschan against Naoyuki Oi and then Sanyan Pelovanovic. And then Pelovanovic will stay on to play Khalid Alghamdi of Saudi Arabia. Ouschan has already been a winner on table 1 earlier this evening against his regular Mosconi Cup teammate Jason Shaw. Sanchez Ruiz with a much-needed win over Khalid Alghamdi after a couple of defeats earlier on over the last 2 days, and then Earl Strickland with that win just a few minutes ago. Skylar Woodward will play both of the last 2 matches on table 1 tonight against Woo Kun Lin and Shane van Boening. But first, as I was saying, it's FSR and Seoa. So let's get stuck into this one. Yeah, as I was saying, Sanchez Ruiz needed that win over Alghamdi. He had lost his last 2 matches, one of them last night, one of them earlier today.
It might be all right.
Just some minor delay here to getting proceedings underway. 3 wins out of 5 for Sanchez Ruiz. 1 win out of 5 so far for Seoa. Have you seen much of her over the couple of days, Jeremy?
A little bit. Of course, saw her play in Vegas as well.
Yeah, winner of the Las Vegas Open women's title just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, pretty solid. Seems like a very nice lady and very, very young as well. Seems anyways.
21 years of age.
Yeah.
First rack.
And yeah, she's very friendly. Always got a hello and a smile for everyone. Much like her opponent here, one of the friendliest players you could meet as well. So off we go.
The break shot hasn't been something that's been too friendly for Seoa. Really struggled in her first opening match yesterday with the break shot. Now hasn't left anything too easy, but definitely a makeable ball. Pretty natural position with just a high topspin English.
Yeah, not been at his best. He obviously arrived here from the United States not long before starting play yesterday, and he is struggling with a head cold. And if Seoa is to pull off an upset here, you would feel she's got to capitalise on pretty much any gift like this that she's been given after that unexpected miss by her opponent. I think what we're seeing across Q Sports at the moment, Jeremy, it's certainly the case in snooker as well. The best female talent all seems to be emerging, or largely anyway, in terms of new players coming through from Asia. There seems to be much more of a culture of women playing Q Sports in that part of the world.
Yeah, I think it's grown, you know, at least in America as well. The young contingent of American female players has gotten stronger, and it's a nice wave right now, but definitely seems like Asia has been the spot producing more of the title winners of the new era.
Speaking of young players, incidentally, news today that the junior event, the Jason Shaw Junior Open that there's going to be during the UK Open at the Copper Box in London in early summer, is now sold out. All 64 places in the field have been taken up. I'm told that one of the players who's entered that Jason Shaw Junior event in London was born in 2015. So that means at the most 8 years of age.
Wow.
That event, of course, a follow-on from the highly successful inaugural staging of the SVB Junior Open in Atlantic City last October, when we were there for the US Open.
Yeah, the US Open always carries an incredible buzz, and it's improved the last few years, that's for sure. And that event also had a nice buzz to go along with it. Highly anticipated. Our champions in the field this week.
Yeah, Khalid Alghamdi beat Trenton White, the young American player, in the final at Harrah's.
I think Trenton White's a name you'll pay attention to. He's, of course, a man that, just like Khalid, that, you know, follow those footsteps a little bit, get out playing the big events. Super talented young man with a big frame and a lot of game, it seems like.
Well, she got her chance in unexpected circumstances. Has taken it with both hands. Seoa leads FSR 1-0. Also 1-0 to another player from Asia, Naoki Oi, on the other table against Albin Ouschan. Ouschan, as we're pointing out frequently this evening, is now the only unbeaten player left in the tournament. 4 wins out of 4. All the Table 2 action available on Matchroom Multisport YouTube throughout the tournament, which runs for 8 days here through to next Monday night. Ouschan is effectively going for 3 in a row. Won the Premier League format last year. It was the Championship League the year before that. Different format, but same venue as last year in Milton Keynes. And I think they were regarded as basically the same event, but with some changes.
Rack 2. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz to break. Trailing 1 rack to 0.
Well, things can really only get better, you would feel, for Sanchez Ruiz after that opening rack and the bad miss.
Yeah, like most, has struggled on the break occasionally today, not as much as some others. He's made the one on the side there. He's adjusted the cue ball a little bit.
And he's made the 9 on the other side.
Yeah, a quick one. And you called it, looking to improve off the first rack, and he certainly did so.
Well, he can't improve much more than that, can you?
Well,
here it is again.
Not time-wise, anyways.
Yeah. So the cue ball coming across, colliding with the 9 and in the side.
Yeah, so often that collision causes a scratch off the break, but sometimes produces quite the polar opposite, a golden break.
You've got to feel a little sense of injustice when you put all that work into winning the opening rack and then your opponent goes and does that. But look, it's part of the game and it'll happen in your favor on other occasions.
That's the part you really hope for, and maybe you need reminded when you happen to have a golden break yourself.
Rack 3. Seoa to break. Scores are tied, 1 rack each.
Oh, barely a minute or so after leaving the table with a 1-0 lead. So Seoa is back at it, breaking off, level at 1-all.
She's going to surrender another good shot on the 1 off of her break. Now she's cutting them, but not near as much cut. You can see the 1 kind of track a good diamond and a half above the side, so a very full hit on the 1. Now, does he play this with the speed to hold between kind of the 8 and 9, or does he come all the way down? I figure him to come all the way down. He's going to check to see what's up with the 6 and 7. Don't think he'll get too involved with those at the moment. especially after the miss on the game number one. Oh, he's going to play the softer speed. Should track the cue ball, it looks like, anyways, between the 4 and 9. Kind of back where he's standing now. Caught that a little thick to the pocket. I don't know if he's going to get there. It looks a little shy. We could hear him make a bit of a gesture, a little bit of noise right after he struck that ball. Wasn't happy.
Albin Ouschan, defending champion, as I was saying, 2-0 down against Naoki Oi, but he's on the 9, so looks as though he's going to win the 3rd rack. And indeed he now has, over on table 2. Well, again, she's been given a bit of a gift here. Now, when that happened in the first rack, she wasn't found wanting at all.
Yeah, lots of work here, though. A few less balls to run in the first rack, but nothing easy. Got to get to the 4 to start with. Oh. Unexpected miss.
Look at that. See how far away the tip is from a bridge hand. That's got to make it a lot more difficult. So many quality events being played in front of the cameras these days. We are attracting new fans to the game all the time, and if you are one of those, you may not be aware that Sanchez Ruiz is very much the man of the moment in pool. He's made huge strides forward over the last 12 months. Has become the #1 player in the world rankings. And the 2 standout events of Nineball, the US Open and the World Championship, have both fallen to him in the last 6 months or so. He was also part of the Spain team that won the World Cup of Pool for the first time in Brentwood last summer. He's just found a whole new level of consistency after many years in what I think we can reasonably refer to as the supporting cast. One of the big narratives of 2023 will be a question of whether or not he can continue this period of domination, and the signs were, with him winning the World Championship in Poland last month for the first time, very positive indeed.
Yeah, and rolling well, also catching the point there, and it didn't scratch and it didn't kill. Came out for perfect position on the 7, and what should be a 2-1 lead here shortly.
Well, so Seoa led 1-0. She did have a chance to lead again at 2-1, but broke down immediately. And has been made to pay by Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who now leads for the first time in the match at 2 racks to 1.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game. Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality.
been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda. Helped along the way by a golden break in rack 2, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz leads Seoa of South Korea 2-1.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz
Day 2 of the Premier League here in Leicester. Looking to make it 4 wins from his first 6 matches.
Golden break in his first break off, and now can't quite call it a golden break, but in great position to extend that lead. He's got a nice shot on the 2. Gonna have to take a long one on the 3, I think. I don't think he can improve a whole lot. Yeah, he couldn't improve hardly any. So we'll see what he does on this 3 ball. He's going with a high ball. He's trying to come one rail between the 7-9 back for the cut on the 4. He got into it a little thick, and now he's going to have to go the air with the jump cue.
Albin Ouschan lost the first 2 racks to Naoyuki Oi, but he's just levelled at 2 apiece there. Ouschan won all of his first 10 matches in this tournament last year. If he wins that one, he'll be halfway towards repeating the trick.
Extension called.
I'll tell you, I was just thinking it over, and if you're trying to be a professional pool player, the jump cue, you better dedicate a lot of time to the jump cue. It's amazing how many times it'll get you out of situations.
We were having a chat during one of the earlier matches today about who were the best players with the jump cue, and you certainly put Sanchez Ruiz in that category. You underlined it there again, and it looks as though that's going to prove to be the glue that holds together his progression to 3-1. If he can just finish this off here.
And he's just got to kill the cue ball a little bit. You see him elevating. Or maybe he's just going to roll it in lightly. With a little spin. Take a little more of a shot on the 8, but not much. Pretty friendly pocket at the pace this 8 should be shot at. Coming across for the 9 on the side.
And starting, you feel, to take control of this match now. Lost the opening rack, but 3 in a row since then. And it's now 3-1 to the world #1. As I was saying, still 2 more matches to come on the main table this evening. Skylar Woodward will feature in both of them. He'll be playing Woo Kun Lin. And then he'll be playing his USA World Cup partner and Mosconi Cup teammate, Shane van Boening. That'll be a nice way to round off this second day of play. 5 days for the first phase, where they all play each other, and then 10 go through to phase 2 over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, from which 6 will advance to Monday's conclusion, when the top 4 in that final table will go through to the semi-finals. Seoa trailing here. She has had a win in the tournament already, though, against Konrad Juszczyszyn earlier today.
Seoa to break.
Female players have been part of this tournament since it began with, well, I mentioned Christina Tkach, Yasmin Ouschan, Kelly Fisher. They've played their part over the first couple of years. Two lady players here, and one of them is breaking off in the next rack.
Yeah, so Seoa was the player that got Konrad to take his first loss, and now has lost 3 in a row behind it. Or 2 more in a row behind it, excuse me.
Yeah, 4 wins to start, 3 straight defeats to follow. Another dry break for Seoa.
Looks like he's going to play the 1 back down and the cue ball maybe. All right, this is the shot I originally saw behind the 8. I think this has ran too far though, so. And the players play that shot a little more often with a little more speed, trying to eliminate an easy jump shot over the 8 for the 1 like in the side or something like that. But now it's gotten away from FSR a bit.
Well, that clattering sound you may have heard in the background a moment ago was Albin Ouschan inadvertently forcing the cue ball off the table over on the other side of the arena. So ball in hand now for Naoki Oi, and it looks as though he's going to lead again there at 3-2.
Yeah, she's got to hold the cue ball here with a light draw stroke. Oh, nicely done. She got just enough angle to easily get on the 4. It'll be interesting to see how she plays this. I'm guessing she's going to come to the left side of the table for the 5 in the lower right-hand corner. She's got to avoid getting straight in near the rail with the cue ball. Okay, she decides just to play to the center. Take a long shot with a little bit of a cut on the 5. Natural position on the 6, though. I like this shot she chose. I may have tried to get a little closer to it myself, but she didn't have much angle on the 4, so minimized cue ball movement.
She's really been making a big name for herself in recent times on the women's scene. She beat the defending champion Kelly Fisher in the quarterfinals of the Women's World Championship in Atlantic City just a few weeks ago, and was in a strong position in the semi-final against Chu Chi-Yu, leading 6-2, but ended up losing 9-7 to Chu, who then went on to beat Alison Fisher 9-0 in the final. Since then, Seoa has won the Las Vegas Open women's title, including a victory against Chu Chi-Yu along the way.
Sure, drew this a little bit. Still shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just got to pay attention. Just got to kind of kill the cue ball as it comes across as well, if she's going to try and come past the side, which I think she is.
Oh, you just cannot afford to do things like that. You've got to take every opportunity like that if you're going to beat someone like Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. And from looking as though she was going to pull back to only 1 behind, it now looks just about certain that the man from Spain is going to be breaking on the hill in a few moments' time. And with that, he's now won 4 racks in a row.
And it looks like Naoki Oi is going to get to the hill against Albin Ouschan, threatening Albin's first loss in this event.
Yeah, Oi is on the 9-ball to make it 4-2 there. And if he wins that one, then that will mean every player in the tournament has been beaten. Ouschan, the only 100% player, with 4 wins from 4 so far. And whatever happens, the Austrian will be straight back out there on the same table to face Sanjin Pelovanovic in his last match of this second day. Well, the whole complexion of the match just turned in a moment there, didn't it, on that 8-ball?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, a solid run. Just overdrew the ball a little bit on the 7, making the 8, you know, missable as we saw.
Rack 6. Francisco Sanchez.
Maybe having to add that extra English.
Leading 4 racks to 1.
To the shot, trying to contain the cue ball.
Really was an opportunity she had to take. She hasn't. And this man has a chance to make it 4 wins so far in this Premier League.
I'll tell you, I think no one has made a better adjustment to this table than FSR. He's pulled the cue ball in a couple cue ball widths inside the box, keeping the same stroke he usually uses. Not as much action on the balls, but he's making the one in the side. So learning kind of on the fly. Gonna put her behind the 5, I think, anyways. And Naoki Oi back at the table. Good position to hand Albin his first loss. And it's been a really good, it was a good day 1 for Oi, but I think he stepped up his game even more in day 2.
Yeah, well, if he wins it, and he's got a great chance to do that now, he'll be on 5 wins out of 6 overnight. And already on the brink of going through.
We're going to see the jump cue here from Ruiz, or you would suspect so anyways. I don't think he goes too crazy with this. I know he's not going to have position on the 3, but he just wants to have something to play safe off the red 3. Should pocket this too. Now he got some draw on the cue ball as well. Only has half the 3 to play at, but should be a pretty effective safety. Maybe banking the 3 between the 8 and 9 and drawing the cue ball 1 rail back behind the 6-9.
It's all over on table 2, and so is the only remaining unbeaten record in this tournament. Naoki Oi led Albin Ouschan 2-0, got pegged back to 2-2, but then won 3 in a row. So he's closed it out at 5-2, and Naoki Oi is looking very good, not just in terms of his results and his standing in the table, but in the form he's showing and the way he's playing here in Leicester.
Yeah, I didn't get to see him play much yesterday, but watched him practice this morning and carried on a pretty confident practice session. It appeared anyways, and right into the match arena. And he's a pretty tough competitor once he gets going. He doesn't take much time doing it, and he's going to be a force this week, it looks like. Can't tell if he's snookered here or not. He certainly has the rail first shot. Not the easiest of position on the rail first, but he's not taking much time, so he might be able to get straight at this. Think about FSR, what he's done the last 18 months. It's just really write a nice story about it, right? I mean, it's kind of like to all these pool players or people wanting to be a champion pool player or play it for a living or play it at a high level. It's kind of like, don't give up. You know, he could have easily maybe said it wasn't for me, you know, going through a good 7, 8, 9 years of professional pool, which isn't the easiest when you're not winning.
And it's all been worth it now. We can even measure that in prize money terms. He won well over $250,000 in 2022, more than he had won in his whole career up until then. Well, so Seoa did lead this match at 1-0. Sanchez Ruiz had a bit of good fortune to start turning it around with the golden break in the second rack. So it did have some chances after that, but wasn't able to capitalise on them the way she needed to. So in the end, it's going to be a run of 5 racks in a row for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the champion of the world and the winner of this match. It's 4 wins out of 6 for him. He has prevailed by 5 racks to 1. So next up, it's Skylar Woodward and Woo Kun Lin. And you'll have Carl Boys and Alex Laley to talk you through that one in just a few minutes' time.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
We're back in the Morningside Arena. The last two matches on the evening session on day 2. Sanchez Ruiz finishing his day with a 5-1 victory over Korean Seoa. And he now finds himself on the 3rd place in the table. Naoki Oi winning 5 out of 6. He's having a good run. Conrad Juszczyszyn not so much. He started out so good yesterday, but then losing all his 3 matches today. Last 2 matches on the TV table. Skylar Woodward in a lead role. He's playing Chinese Taipei's Wu Kunlin first. And then a last one, a cracker. An American Derby against SVB. This is the order of play on table 2. Ouschan currently playing against Peglivanovic. Ouschan unbeaten. The only player unbeaten in the field, as Chris Melling beat Peglivanovic before. And then Peglivanovic against young Saudi Arabian Alghamdi. Here we have it. Woodward, Wu Kunlin, who reached the semi-finals of the recently played World Championships in Kielce, Poland. And SVB against Woodward. Woodward started his tournament by losing his opening 2 matches yesterday, but is setting that right. It's now 2 out of 4 with 2 matches to play.
Have a good game. Have a good game. Thank you, players. When you're ready, please lag for break.
Important in a race to 5 to get that first break. The first break and the last one, if it were to go hill-hill.
First track. Skylar Woodward's a break.
Was a pity that Woodward had to miss out on the World Championships. His flight got cancelled. Couldn't make it on time because he was really coming into good form by that time. I thought he played real good on the Mosconi Cup in Vegas.
Yeah, and he also showed glimpses last season, didn't he? So I know what you're saying, Alex, and that was good break making, the one in the side, just clusters over to the right.
The thing is with Woodward, the strength of his is that he, under high pressure, can play relaxed or seemingly relaxed. So if he gets himself into a winning position, last 4 of a big tournament, I don't see him go wrong from there. It's not like he won't show up. I think the more pressure, the better he plays. Now that opening shot missed by Woodward. A chance for Wu Kunlin, but the 4 is in a tight spot. Especially with this angle on the 3. I would think from here, make it and make sure you see the 4 and figure it out from there. Yeah, this would be for a bank if he plays the long route all the way down table. He could also make it, come out center table and play good defense behind the 6. Is a good pot, but I think it was easier with the cue ball center table. Then he could have crossed the 4 ball, lagged the cue ball on the 7. Still options from here. He's drawing into the 7. Wow. All out offense, hyper aggressive.
Yeah, the player he's playing, Skylar Woodward, He's very good at that type of shot, them little thin ones. But they are not easy.
Maybe just too much angle to draw 2 rails out. No, I think he'd go 2 rails here. Not happy with how he hit the ball, and I must say right before on the practice table he didn't look zoned in. So a miss for each of both players. Opening shot on the 2, missed by Woodward, but then a very gutsy cut on the 4 that went astray.
Yeah, Wukong Lin sits right on the border. He's in 10th place, 2 wins from 5. Just below him, in 11th, Skylar Woodward. Man, he's played 4-1-2. So that tells you all you need to know. Obviously, this is the evening session on day 2.
I'm looking forward to seeing Woodward against SVB. Don't know what to expect. It's going to be a first for me, seeing them play each other.
They played each other one of the big majors last year. Which one was it now? I think it was the European. Maybe the UK.
We'll come in to break.
It was a good match.
Trailing
as
1-0.
well.
A lot of elevation, Wukong Lin. Striking downward. Nice. Very nice. So he addresses the cue ball with the cue aimed downward into the bed of the table, but when he comes through the ball, it's more level. He sort of drops his back arm. Got nice action on the 1 there. Ball down table, back up for the 4 and back down for the 5. But the good news is that position of the 5 doesn't need to come all the way back down table for the 5. Trickles. And I'm not sure it got there. Yes, he's just about enough. Center table with the cue ball suffices. Good, powerful stroke. And good thing the cue ball held up there. Keeps it natural, this angle. Very focused. Playing a good cue ball, Woodward Lin. Constant high finisher. Because his bronze medal at the World Championships was not his first. 2017. He made it to the semi-finals. Strikes the ball with authority. And that's a nice break and run for Woodward Lin.
Buchanan wins the rack.
Good break, good run out, good cue ball control. One each.
Over on table 2, undefeated Albin Ouschan. He's down 2 racks to 0. He's playing Sanchez Pelavanovic.
We were walking back to the hotel yesterday, Albin, FSR and Sanjin. And we were talking, I was complimenting Sanjin with his English. I said, of all the things and all the people in the circuit, your English might be the thing that improved the most. And then Albin said, more than your game. And then Sanjin said, well, we'll see about that tomorrow. A little bit of needle.
Yeah, Albin has actually lost the game today against league table leader New Kioi.
With a lot of care.
Rack 3.
The ball's being wrecked for rack 3. Woodward's break.
Scores a tie, 1 rack each.
Let's see if he can direct that one ball to the side pocket. Don't want to pop the cue ball, it needs to stay flat. And it's the thickness of the hit on the one and the amount of draw that manipulates the one. So I think this was a little too much pop, too much impact. If there's more transition of the backspin on the cue ball, becoming topspin on the one ball, then the one ball will start to come lower. Luckily for Woodward, no open shot for Woodward Lin. You can follow the one ball and off of the long rail put the cue ball behind the 4. He could hit the 1 into the 4 and bring the cue ball up table towards the 7 and 8. Try and get behind it. Or just a roll up. Yeah. A hook, but from where he was, I think he could have done better. Something more aggressive.
Extension called.
Pretty good with a short stick. Skylar, so.
Yeah, but that yeah, true. But everyone is pretty good nowadays.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but he makes quite a lot of them.
Little unfortunate that that one ball has ended up in front of the corner pocket. So Woodward Lin's conservative safety play has worked. 10 times the same jump shot.
Extension called.
I don't know if he would be my favorite to win that safety battle. This is the key shot. Get the correct angle on the 2. Is this too much angle, Carl?
Yeah, it looks a little steep. I don't think he can come straight back down anyway.
Oh yeah, he's pointing to the spot on the long rail, the second long rail, where he wants to get that cue ball and then slide in between the 6 and 9. Difficult shot.
Ooh, lucky not to scratch it. Both points. Didn't get into the cue ball enough, didn't let the spin bite.
.30-second shot clock. I would like more time here. Kick and stick doesn't really work. 3 balls looks to go into the 5 from here. Unless with left spin. So he tried. Well, he played with left spin, manipulated the angle for the cue ball, where he could play the kick and stick with a good route for the 3. And this is what you want. There's also a run of the ball that you're getting nice open positions. You know, this and then a good break, nice open table again, and that kick can kick you right into gear. Earlier today you spoke of Jason Shaw, how different a player he seems during the Mosconi Cup. Same thing for Skylar Woodward. He really excels in that high pressure format. He's cool, creative, plays all the shots right. Now I feel it's only a matter of time for him to bring that to the majors.
Yeah, why wouldn't you enjoy playing in front of 2,000 crazy pool fans? Vegas, pretty special, wasn't it, Alex? It really was last year.
Yes. Well, you've been part of... Oi, oi, oi. Oi, 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 what's that? Just when you think he's catching a gear. Took his eye off the ball. A brutal miss on the 9 by Skylar Woodward. Tries to laugh it off.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. An immovable object. Something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Skylar Woodward was picking up the pieces, but for that missed 9 ball. And that can prove costly because now trailing 2-1, Woo Kun Lin having the break. And he broke it previously. So often in 9-ball, if you miss the 8-ball, the 9-ball, if you miss an easy out, you get paid double. You get punished double.
Foul stroke.
Ooh, good roll for Skyler. I like what he did there. Wukun Lin.
Ball in hand.
He's making that one ball with ease. Like a long delayed cue ball draw. And Skyler will want to open up the 8 and 9, maybe with the 6. If he's unable to get a correct angle on the 6, then he can do it with the 7. It's not going to be easy.
Over on table 2, Sanchez is on the hill. He leads Albin Ouschan 4x1. Going along nicely in this year's event, Sanchez.
Oh, nicely done.
Very nice shot indeed.
I mean, that only works if you hit the correct side of the ball. Nice. Yeah. Now once again, Skyler Woodward impresses with his solution. Very nice way to open the problem. Found that he had a natural angle. He's taking full advantage of Wukun Lin's scratch on the break.
Well, I don't believe he's going to miss this one. As he slots the 9 home to tie this match up 2-2. Skyler will be staying on this table after this match, or he will play his World Cup of Pool buddy, his Mosconi Cup teammate, SVB. Long days for the players. Day after day after day, trying to keep the focus, short races. Not easy out there.
Yeah, not easy, but there's enough to do. There's a nice shopping mall, a nice gym here at the venue. There's a gym in the hotel. It's a 10-minute walk.
Rack 5.
And that type of management around your matches, not at the table during the match, is also vital. You have to learn how to travel. Same type of break as Wukun Lin played. A delayed draw around the 9. Difficult to cue this ball, whatever he chooses to play. I think he'll opt for a push out. Doesn't want to. When you play a push, you give option to your opponent, so you put yourself at a disadvantage. And he's actually choosing to play from here. Tough. Good shot.
Yeah, I like that from Skylar. It was good effort. You can see the edge of this blue too. But you just feel like you'd have to hit this really
Extension
thin.
called.
Otherwise, if you hit it a little bit too thick, it often comes off the rail. It can squirt over towards the corner.
Yeah, it's always difficult. And then more so on this table, on a TV table, if that object ball is close to the rail, you have to hit it extra thin. You have to dare to miss it. If you don't dare to miss the whole ball, then you have no chance of getting it thin enough, right?
Yeah, it's a horrible shot. Everyone seems to struggle with it, don't they?
Well, I think you need to make a foul a couple of times per year. You know, because that's how close you need to be to missing the whole ball.
Yeah, I know what you're saying with that. But in a lot of instances as well, you just don't really have another shot to play, do you?
That's a reason actually to practice the shot. A lot of return on investment. Those thin clips. If you would play 5 races to 5 on a day, 9-ball, how many of those thin hits would you play, you think? At least 5.
Yeah, it's a big shot. Even if you're not playing it thin, where it's the safety shot, it could be a pot of a similar nature, couldn't it?
Now, how does he play the cue ball? Just a flat ball? Very gentle. Nice. So he played that 5-ball all the way in the thick side of the pocket. That helped the cue ball. Made it just that bit slower.
Gotta be careful here though, because pool players are not used to this.
Come on.
No, I don't mean missing the ball. I mean the 9-ball. Don't start moving it and hitting a ball. Come on, Alex.
The cheat stick, they said in the States. Hey, this is a good out. He looks focused. So, lesson learned of that missed 9-ball. Will he play this softer? Yeah, good thing he played it softer because he hit it into the rail.
Yeah, that's why you play it softer. Sorry. With a nice little run out there, he takes the lead over on table 2. Well, Sanchez just a couple of balls away. He's playing Albin. He's 4-1 up. This 9-ball, well, to beat Albin, 5-1. Which would be the defending champion's second loss so far. There it is, good win. 5-1, Sanchez Pelovanovic.
Yeah, Sanchez Pelovanovic stays at the table. On table 2, he'll face Khalid Alghamdi.
Rack 6.
That must be sweet, getting some momentum in this event. Short races. Sometimes players need to wait half a day for the next match. So if you win that match and you get to play an immediate second one right after, that's sweet. Ooh, a lot of action on the 9. Beautiful, look at the spread. A roadmap for Wu Kunlin.
Yeah, this is a very generous split of the table. All the balls are in the open. Just connect the dots.
I expect he will not want to stay on the low side of the 5. This would be on the low side, so that means that there's enough space underneath the 8 ball to cut the 5, go into the long rail and then go cross table to the left side. Now only challenge here is that he doesn't want the cue ball to land on the long rail. Nice.
Extension
Isn't
call.
too happy with his angle. If he goes 2 rails, short, long, he needs to get quite deep into the corner. Looking like drawing it directly. Nice, good timing. This only works if you get the speed right. If you underhit it, you lose the cue ball. If you overhit it, you lose the cue ball.
Yeah, he got a lot out of that one, didn't he? He really did. It's been a good match so far. There is the 9 ball. So the battle between 10th and 11th. He's all tied at 3-3. We'll be back in a few minutes.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Good action on table 1. USA versus Chinese Taipei.
Skylar Woodward to break.
3 apiece, Woodward and Wu Kunlin.
Where's the 9-ball gonna finish? It's gonna give him a look.
Oh yeah, this is sweet. This is sweet for Woodward. It's not a gimme. But the good thing here with the combination, if he draws a line through the 9-ball, that he can find a spot in the pocket. Yeah, hit it thick in the pocket.
Wow, surprised he missed that one. Didn't fancy it because look at the way he played the cue ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 9 was over the pocket.
Yeah, and he hit it with low right and came very close to hitting the 6. So if you program your shot to play that route for the cue ball, that probably was the reason he missed it thick.
Extension call.
I mean, he hit the 2-ball thick and that overcut the 9-ball.
Yeah, big chance going begging there to get on the hill. I know we keep saying it's early days, but these matches do start to count now from here on in.
Yeah, more so because Skylar is playing SVB after this match. So he wants to go into that match with a good feeling.
Yeah, and if he does go into that match with a win, he will be actually tied with SVB. Played the same amount of matches and won the same amount. So that would be a spicy encounter to finish the evening's playoff. What's he got here?
Jump.
Extension called.
Big sigh by Woodward, probably, maybe, still thinking about that missed combination. It is what he played, I think. We could hear him say that's a little bit too hard. Good chance for Wu Kunlin. Needs good positional play though with the position of the 4. Speedy. Do you run into the 9-ball, Carl?
Yeah, I would like a second glance if that's okay, Alex. Before I make myself look a little foolish. Do I run into the 9? No. I like centre of the table.
2 rails underneath the 4 for a cut on the 4. Oh, beautiful. Nice.
Well, look at this shot he's looking at. Whew. Looking to stun the cue ball into the 9, double hit and come back over a little bit. I believe that's what he was looking at.
Wow. Well, maybe that was all he had. But for as difficult a shot as it was, I thought he decided quickly there.
Taiwanese players, Alex, what is it about their cue actions where they all look very similar? What is it that they're doing? Slow and deliberate? Is that what it is?
No.
They all pause at the front as well, don't they?
Yeah,
the
the small feathers at the front, and then
and they stop
quite
at
a
the
long backswing in the end.
Yeah, all of them. You know, you look at Ko Ping Yi and Chang Jun Ling. They all look very similar. You can.
Yeah, even Cho Che Yu, who plays here, same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Small feathers and then quite a long backswing.
You've already used it.
Woodward asking if he still has an extension. He does not. I like that. It's a very difficult shot because you're sending the object ball 2 rails down table and you're also losing the cue ball. Very difficult to get that speed right. Got a little lucky. The hook behind the 8. Shot.
Oh, how pure did he hit the jump shot there. Absolute control to perfection. Look at that. Look how steep he's queuing down on it.
Yeah, wreck winning shot.
Yeah, Woodward played, you know, a good safety shot there, but it can all come against you with the jump cue, can't it? Sometimes you can't play good enough safe, can you, to stop the short stick?
No. Well, it's something that they take into consideration, the players. Where do you leave a jump and where do you not? Sometimes it's better to play a containing shot, put the object ball in the middle of the rail, leave it exposed, you know, no jump on, but distance, and difficult to control. But he's playing a good match, Wu Kunlin. Wants to pick it up from where he left it after the World Championships in Kielce. But it's not over. He'll go to the hill first and will be breaking in rack 8. It's not done yet.
Wu Kunlin wins the rack.
Yeah, I wonder if Woodward's still thinking about that easy 9-ball he missed. In the short race to 5, these glaring errors, they can really take the toll on you.
Over on table 2, Khalid Alghamdi. Experience of a lifetime for the 17-year-old Saudi Arabian. 1-0 up against Sanjin Pelivanovic. And if it's the commentator's curse, we zoom in on that match and he misplays his position to the 3-ball.
Yeah, only the 1 win for Khalid. 1 win from 5. Only 1 player in the whole event yet to win a match. That's Cho Che Yu, ladies world 9-ball champ.
Into break.
She hasn't played the other female yet though, so Seoa. That's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, we'll be having matches the coming days for the wooden spoon. We're looking at who will make the top 10. But also which player will go home with the wooden spoon. Nice break.
Yeah, and regardless what happens, you know, with Khalid this week, the fact that he won the SVB Junior Open 4 months ago and now he's here in the Premier League, that just shows you what is possible for these juniors.
And that's the nature of this PLP event. It's a showcase event for big names, but also lesser known players to give them a chance, and also to show it to the crowds, to the fans.
Yeah, that's exactly right, because obviously at the UK Open we're going to have the Jason Shaw Junior Open, so all the juniors, I believe that's sold out already for the juniors, which is fantastic news. Who's going to win that one? And maybe we'll see them in this next year. Exciting times ahead for the pool players, the juniors, the ladies, the commentators, the former captains. Everything's going on. Well, what's going on here though is Skylar Woodward's facing a defeat in a match where you just feel like we are approaching must-wins.
Yeah, an easy out for Woo Koon Lin. Just needs to hold his nerve, keep his arm steady. A run out here would mean that Woodward faces the tall order of the last match against SVB after digesting a loss against Woo Koon Lin. Very much under his left eye, the cue. I actually think most players are cross-eye dominant in the game. Doesn't matter how you do it, as long as the cue goes as straight as it can through the ball. And he did just that in this match. Woo Koon Lin for a 5-3 victory over Skylar Woodward.
And it's a big win. That puts him 3 from 6. Big win there for Woo Koon Lin. Skylar Woodward stays on this table. He's playing the last match of the evening against his fellow American. SVB coming up.
Yes.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo, champion of champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Welcome back to the evening session. We've just seen Woo Kun Lin beat Skylar Woodward. Skylar Woodward wasn't quite at the races in that match. It was 5-3 nevertheless, and that put Skylar Woodward down to 12. He will stay on this table coming up. Woo Kun Lin was 10th. Swaps with Melin. Melin's back down to 10th. Woo Kun Lin 3 wins from 6. Very tight though. Look at the leaderboard there. Naoki Oi 5 wins from 6. He is our league leader so far. And the old dog Alex the Lion, Pagaline, playing some good pool in the last 10 months. 4 wins from 5. Ladies World Nineball champ. Well, she's holding the table up. 0 wins just yet. That is table 2 order of play, evening session. The last match is actually on now between Sanjin and Khalid. Well, Khalid needs points, he's way down there. Sanjin's doing well, beating Albin Ouschan 5-1, good win. Table 1, 5-4, Albin. Got off to a good start. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, World Nineball champion, 2 wins. He'll be safely in bed now, suffering with jet lag. Flying in from Las Vegas. Battle of the Americans.
Okay. Last one of the evening. SVB, Skylar Woodward. Skylar,
players, when you're ready, please.
We've been saying it's early days, it's early days, it's early days, but it's becoming urgent for Skylar Woodward. He can easily lose this match, then he would go 2 out of 6. 50 matches to be played.
The first rack. Skylar Woodward to break.
But you would like to go into the last couple of days with a bit of a buffer.
Yeah, and if he does go on to lose this match, the second half of the league table, he's going to have to win some matches. Cue ball's close, but it's stayed alive. Doesn't look good on the 2 ball. Lowest ball, you must always shoot the lowest ball on the table. If you are just tuning in for the first ever time. After hitting the lowest ball on the table, you can make another ball, stay at the table. You can even pot the 9. If you pot the 9, you win the rack early. Can be a crazy game at times. Fun game though, very fun. You still like to shoot a little bit, don't you, Alex?
Oh, I love to play, yeah. Yeah, I actually saw... did you see that? Yeah, I saw a video come
What's
by.
that called?
Jeremy Jones was saying online somewhere that he would fancy a nice challenge.
Battle of the Captains.
Well,
coming soon, 2023. We'll have to pitch to Emily, get that one streamed.
But Nineball, I like Nineball. I like the luck factor. I like the variance, the unpredictability, the run of the ball. It's harsh on the player sometimes, but it's like a roller coaster ride. And you really have to be a hard-headed man or woman to be able to handle all that in the chair.
Trying to pot the 2, not the 8. He's made the 8. Can he shoot at this ball down the rail?
Yeah, if I see him lining up, looks like it.
Yeah, that gives you a better angle, doesn't it? But he sent it wide. Is the 7 going to be his friend? It is a little bit. Well, a lot.
Difficult position for Woodward.
Extension called.
Maybe cross it and check the cue ball to go long, short and back up table towards the 4. Or playing it softly. Finesse shot. No. Back and forth. Ooh. Ooh. Wow.
What a cheeky cross bank that was.
Yeah, a sign of appreciation by Shane, and we don't see that a lot. Very scarce, SVB compliments. Ooh, he played that sweet. Look. There was an extreme back cut and a 4-rail position on the 3. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, that's what Skyler's got in the locker. That's what he can come with. We've seen it in the previous match. I know he lost the match, but he's shown the creativity that he does possess. Maybe it's just a case of killing the matches off a little bit more for Skyler.
Well, his best game is definitely good enough. It's about making your worst game, your C game, a little bit better. And in line for the 9 in rack 1. Beautiful rack by Skyler Woodward. A back cut, cross side bank on the 2. Nice.
Skyler Woodward wins the rack.
Opening his account, Skyler Woodward. Fancy.
That's table 2 action. Khalid Alghamdi, young 17-year-old. He'll be enjoying his week here. Of course, he doesn't want to lose pool matches, but I spoke to him on the opening day and he said, listen, this is just great for me. All the experience at such a young age. So even though it's not going too well on the table, you can just take it all in.
Rack 2. Shane Van Boening to break. Trailing 1 rack to 0.
Ooh. Lot of power there. me see how that cue ball made its way back up table, because it did go forward. Whoa, extreme acceleration. So he hit it with right spin, checked on the first long rail, and then accelerated on the second long rail. Was a tremendous amount of spin on that ball, and that's a tremendous cut. Look at that. Beautiful. Wow. Good old 9-ball here. Big shots played. It's the mesmerizing thing about 9-ball by SVB. Woodward, same thing. They play very aggressive. They come through the front door with big shots. More than the average European champion. There's more bank pool in their game.
Yeah, and that's what's good to see at this game. That's what this game is about, isn't it? It's about coming with that big shot.
I think more so in a winner break format, because that's the philosophy. Just let me take this chance, win a rack, and try and get going. Put a 3, 4, 5 pack on my opponent. But also important in this alternate break format, Shane doesn't want his opponent at the table. Keep him away from the table. That's very much his instinct. SVB, super aggressive type 9-ball player.
Well, last year UK Open quarter-finals, Alex, these two played. We're talking about, can Skylar Woodward win a big major? We believe we can. We know the game he's got. We've seen him do it at the Mosconi Cup, all the fans. SVB won that match 11-5. But Skylar Woodward had a great week there to get to the quarter-finals of a big major 9-ball event.
Well, before this tournament, a couple of weeks back, when I saw the lineup of players and I saw Woodward and SVB, I just had a hunch. You know, it's still wide open. Many players are playing good.
Skylar Woodward to break. Scores a tie.
But really, on day 2 or 3, we can have no idea of who's going to go all the way.
Making the 1-ball quite a lot now, Skylar, on the break.
Sweet.
Three to the 4-ball is what Skylar will be paying attention to. There you see he's got a little bit of angle on the 2-ball as well.
Up and down. Coming straight on the 3-ball.
That should be okay.
Yeah, this is okay with check side. And there was clearly visible how difficult it is to steer that cue ball if you play with inside English. Doesn't bite off the rail, but he's done enough.
And these 5 balls now, you can see they're just all, it's just a case of connecting the dots. The first 2 shots in this rack was what this rack is all about. You always feel like there's 1 or maybe 2 shots in a lot of the racks of 9-ball what can really set you up for an easy chance to win the rack. Now and again you do see mistakes, but obviously when you sat in the comms chair, well, we've never lost a rack, Alex.
Just staying composed, don't get ahead of yourself. Maybe snooker players back home watching think, why do you walk over and check your angle? You really need to check your angles enough. You know where you want to put it, but if you don't do that, if you don't take care of the detail, you're going to lose position here and there. A good out, a good break, mostly that. Skylar Woodward takes the lead, 2-1 up. And we'll wait for SVB's break in Rec 4.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The final match of the evening session here on day 2.
Rack 4.
The PLP Premier League pool.
Trailing 2 racks to 1.
This is a thing of beauty. Shane's break. That's why. Always plays the break powerful. Maybe not as powerful as he could, but more powerful than every other player.
Probably as powerful as he thinks he can control. But again, nothing nice on the 2-ball. Did he get it? Little thump of the cue. I think Skylar sees part of the 2-ball. And if not, a little swerve shot needed.
Well, there you can see a bit of the 2-ball, maybe more than a bit.
Yeah, he's playing the 2-7.
Wow, played it very hard.
Yeah. He's not scared. Yeah, good pots. Minor angle. Let's see how much he thumps the cue ball off of the rail. Shane trying to do a lot there. Was almost straight on the ball. He's fuming.
Yeah, he really powered that in. I mean, that's his game. He does come with them sort of shots, but I know people watching are probably thinking, how's he missed that ball? I mean, if he had to play the ball pocket speed, he would never miss it. It's just the fact that he's really tried to power the cue ball out, and then if you put a little bit of spin on the cue ball, on delivery, it's game over. I mean, this isn't a case of Shane's flying in this event. He needs to win as well.
Yeah, but more than an execution error, it was just a thinking error.
Yeah, he didn't need to come right out. I know.
Yeah, just come off the rail by 2 inches and you're good. You're good enough. Same thing for Skylar. A little straight. Can draw back, leave an angle on the 8.
No, you still got it. Yeah.
Or leave it there.
Just asking if he's got an extension left, that's all.
Extension called.
Extension called. So will he leave the cue ball there where the 7 is? I think so. Nice and easy. Perfect. Good shot, that. It's really not the case that you can leave that ball anywhere, because if you misplace it, things can become awkward. Especially on the TV table. It's like playing on an ice rink. If you put a decent local player on this type of equipment, they would look real silly. The cue ball slides everywhere.
Skylar Woodward.
Skylar got to the table because, well, there's another mistake from SVB. Mark it down. Mistakes coming from all angles here. Shane's just not looked himself today, has to be said. We're so used to seeing Shane play such a high level. But not today. Table 2 is over. Sanjan Pelovanovic beats the youngster Khalid Alghamdi 5 racks to 1.
Yeah, good day for Sanjin. Yeah, it's funny. Only second day, but like yesterday, man of the hour, Conrad Juszczyszyn, who lost all his 3 matches today. It goes up and down. So who will be the star tomorrow?
Skylar Woodward's break. Leading 3 racks to 1.
Been making the 1 ball quite a lot. Let's have a look. Can he do it again? Into the right centre. Hits the top jaw. No random balls. SVB straight back out the chair. What's he got?
It cuts. The 1 cuts. With an automatic position on the 2 ball.
Seven ball is going to be the problem. I know he can play a good safety at some point, that would be on, but he's going to try. He'd like to try and clear the table. Is there value going into it? I know the 9's lurking. Yeah, he decided to go into it.
Well, I know he likes to play craps in the casinos. This was like throwing the dice.
Took a punt.
Bank it. Power play by SVB. He's now in position. Keep your cool.
Yeah, that's why I like to watch Shane. I really do. Even in the big moments, he's not scared to really go for a shot, even if it means relying on a little bit of fortune. But maybe he's thinking, oh, I'd rather go down shooting and rely on that little bit.
Yeah, but also knowing that if he gets it, you know, especially in a winner break format, he's liable to win 3-4 on the spin. This is basically how, when I grew up watching Earl Strickland in the early 90s, how Earl played. Big break, aggressive, shot making, and putting packs together.
Scare the opponent. Yeah, this is obviously alternate break race to 5, so it's a little bit different regarding the packages, but it's still the same. He's still 3-1 down, and he decided to attack the table. Many a player wouldn't have gone into that cluster. They'd have kind of cleared the rest of the table up, played safe behind the 8, sent the 7 around. Not for SVB. He keeps Skylar in the chair. 3-2.
Very much an animal in that sense. A predator. A little glance. Skylar Woodward checking out Shane's body language in the chair.
Yeah, Shane's played 5 matches so far with 3 wins.
And breaking. He's more than effective on the break in that he makes balls. Not getting good opening shots just yet. I noticed his forehand is a little bit shorter, so his bridge length
rack 6
shorter than if he were
Shane van Boening to break.
To break differently in another discipline. Pretty compact. Balls flying in from everywhere, and the most important, an easy shot on the 3 with an even easier route towards the 4.
Yeah, so the attacking rack previous to this one, he's really going to play dividend, because look at the split he's got here.
I'd like to know how tight the passage for the 6 is past the 8 ball.
Oh, that's a big gap. That's a big old gap. Goes easy.
Full pocket?
Yeah, maybe not quite the left jaw, but it goes easy.
Swinging it. He's feeling good. Choosing here, swing the cue ball round or just leave a cut on the 7. If you have position, don't play it.
Going low left off the 2. You've always got to watch the left centre. Oh, he's played that well.
Yeah. Beautiful.
You can make a mess of that type of shot. We've all done it, Alex, haven't we? He's perfect on the 9. As he slams it into the corner pocket to tie this match up. The battle of the 2 Americans will continue after the break. It's 3-3.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. As it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Last match of the evening. The battle between two buddies from across the pond.
Break. Scores are tied, 3 racks each.
The best of 3. To see who takes the point. Woodward to break.
Oy.
Foul stroke.
What a strange 2 matches this could turn out to be for Skylar Alex. He's looked okay in both matches.
Ball in hand. Please start the
Unbelievable.
clock.
SVB ball in hand. All the balls look to be sitting pretty.
Yeah. What can you do? Tough action for Woodward. And all the momentum now with SVB. Good angle on the 3. Go long short for the 4 in the side pocket.
A little straighter than he would have preferred. I know he can still get out there and he can come back as well. Yeah, decided to play with a little bit of left and draw the cue ball back down, using the rail to pull the cue ball as well.
Smarter way to play it like this than when he thumped and missed that ball a couple of racks back. But that's in the past. Since then he's clicked into gear.
Okay, spin the cue ball round a little bit, play the 9 in the right centre. Where the cue ball is now would be ideal. Focus on the pot. In the heart of the pocket, here comes the cue ball, he's on the hill. And the bad news for Woodward is SVB is breaking on the hill.
He's got it. Woodward in the chair. Still trying to swallow that scratch on the break. Often when players are breaking good, and in this tournament I must say the average break is still not there. If they run into the low side of the 9, there will still be draw on the cue ball. Not in this case. So will Woodward get another inning at the table? It's out of his hands.
Rack 8. Shane van Boening to break.
Yeah, we know the cue ball will be flying
4 racks
at pace. So bad cannon could find a pocket. Shane's also known for making quite a few 9 balls on the snap. Needs the 5 to come to the rescue. I don't know if it has done. Shane dives round to have a look.
I hear the cue ball thump on the floor, so I don't think he has a straight shot to the side pocket, but what he does have is a cross side bank if the pot is not on. He'll play this. Brought his jump cue to the table just in case. Cross side in between the 3 and 9. Swish.
He'll be delighted with the cue ball there.
And that's why you want to play bank pool. It's an asset in 9-ball. Saw a beautiful cross side by Woodward early in this match, and now this one for SVB to stay at the table. So in a winning position, SVB, and if he finishes here with these 4 balls on the table, he impresses with his ability to click into gear. Out of nowhere. Since he opened up that 7-8 cluster.
Yeah, I was just going to say, cash your mind back to that shot where it would have been very easy to duck out of taking that little bit of gamble, but it looks like the gamble is going to pay off for Shane. This looks okay, but maybe it's a little thinner. So maybe he's got to load it up with a bit more spin to avoid the 9. Maybe a bit more stun. Yeah, he finds the gap in between the rail and the corner pocket. Well done. Shane at his best these last 3 racks. It's just Shane doing what he does on a pool table. He gets the job done. SVB wins the battle
wins the match. 5 racks to
of the
3.
2 Americans, the buddies, the Mosconi Cup teammates, as they share a little smile. Skylar Woodward 2 defeats on the spin. There's confirmation, 5-3. SVB with the win. There's the league table. Sanjin Perlovanovic, what a day he's had here, day 2. Sits at the top. Ukioi Pagalayan going strong. Skylar Woodward down to 12. SVB up to 8. You can see though, number 1 on 5 points. Number 13 on 2 points. This is close. This is a lot closer than last year's Premier League. Chris Melling sits on the breakaway line in 10th place. 1 player in the whole event yet to win a match. Ladies World Nineball champ Cho Chae-Yu. Let's hope that changes tomorrow. Earl the Pearl Strickland, the legend, 61 years of age. He sits at 11th. So tomorrow, table 2, there is your order of play. Alex Pagalayan, the Lion, one of the fans' favourites. One of the most likeable characters on tour, always having fun behind the scenes. He opens up both matches. And then on table 1, we will start out with the best 9-ball pool player in the world right now, Sanchez Ruiz. Conrad Juszczyszyn had a bit of a nightmare today, but he's still up there. What a treat. 61 years of age, Earl the Pearl Strickland never disappoints. Can't wait for tomorrow. We will be back at 11 AM here in Leicester for this year's Premier League pool. See you tomorrow.